Talk radio.
I listen to a lot of talk radio.
95.1 FM.
This is what we've waited for. The showdown. The fastest men in the world.
Hearts racing.
One light, two lights. They're backing off and backing.
Pulse rising.
Who will come out on top? Who'll take three lights more? Who's ready to be the star?
The anticipation.
Powerful, strong. Compact. Time, Tyson Gay right hold all the way. He's looking around.
The heart stops.
Catch.
Today95.1fm.
My name is Gianni Infantino, FIFA president. For the best of sports, always listen to Today Sports Live on Today95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Hello, my name is Kanu Wanko, aka Papilo. For the latest and trending sports stories, always listen to Today Sports Live on Today 95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Nigerian football. Well, you are listening to the lovely voice of Henry Ogugwa here with you to drive you through proceedings from now till we have Alex Kabari take over as we get to talk about European
I was trying to kind of bring the heat, as you would say. We've tried to make it hotter with all we've got on the menu today. Formula One, Max Verstappen's engineer saying he's going to leave. Reports that Max could be joining McLaren. Reports that Andre Stella will be leaving McLaren and will be joining up with Ferrari, meaning Vassar will be leaving Ferrari. Let's talk about in Formula One. In basketball, we're almost done and dusted with the season. We'll be heading into the plains and then the playoffs and then the most anticipated draft. Everyone will be looking at that and hoping for that. And then in football as well too, a chance for Manchester City to close the gap on
1FM. And yes, you have Harry Google here with you on mic one, and I have Olivier Wallace and Alex Kabari here with me in the studio to also do justice to everything we have on the menu for you this afternoon. And now let's start off from athletics, where Blessing Ogudiro storms into a world-leading 10.98 seconds to claim victory in the women's 100 meters at the South Florida Invitational. Now, the Invitational fastest time in the world this season. Now, the joint fastest time in the world this season, that's the 10.98 seconds she did clock in the South Florida Invitational. She didn't just win, she obliterated her personal best and set a new NAIA women's 100 meters record in the process. Fellow Nigerian Ise Awusa was also impressive as she clocked 11.40 seconds to finish second overall behind Blessing. And Ovie, let me start off with you, Blessing Ogudiro. I mean, we've been having issues as regard athletics. We all know the famous one of Favor Ophelia actually switching to Turkey, and there've been a lot of questions and doubts about our abilities as regards the track and fields of recent, especially with how the AFN has been doing things. But we've seen a lot of Nigerian athletes this season in the NAIA and NCAA actually turn up and put up performances that you say might make a lot of people want to take notes, breaking personal bests and some equally over national records. Now, do you think these are still positives and we can still hope and believe and have some belief that just maybe we can still compete as regard athletics on the global scene?
I know, I've always believed Nigeria can compete when it comes to athletics on the open scene. As we've seen, we've got the athletes, we've got the talent, and now it's just the support that is really, really lacking, especially from the AFN and the rest. And many of them is just individual. When they're on the track, they just want to do it for themselves. Okay, let me just be the best I could be on the track. And when they see they're not getting the adequate support that they feel they deserve, and they deserve the jump ships and move to different, at least to countries that I know that will appreciate their value well. But it's good to see we've been breaking records when it comes to the college athletics championships, the scenes and the rest, and the international stage as well too. Many athletes have actually come into the limelight, especially from Nigerian descent as well. It's to see if Nigeria can, or the FN can, keep hold of them for a very, very long time and keep nurturing them, keep giving them what they deserve. But it's something that we're always discussing, something that we're always talking about when it comes to the EFN and comes to how they treat their athletes. Something we've always talked and discussed, and I just have to just leave it at that and hope for the best, hope for the changes in the future, that we get those changes that we deserve and the athletes are actually treated with the respect and the value that they bring to this country.
Okay, so I mean, definitely we still looking at Los Angeles is in 2 years time, right? We're still looking at Los Angeles in 2 years time. We're having the World Athletics Championship next year and saying that we can still compete, or you feel the AFN and their shenanigans could be a stumbling block, Alex?
Well, there are lots of issues at hand that you would say at the moment could serve as a distraction as to why these athletes will not be able to go over to Los Angeles and compete. But the best part about it, like you did mention, Henry, is the fact that it is next year. It gives these athletes, not particularly the athletes, because I know they always keep improving. You know, they are always trying to be better than how they previously were. It gives the board itself time to fix and to rectify whatever issues that they have on ground as regards these athletes, and putting in their best performance, which is why I said it's an entire thing. It is not just an athlete doing well. They're always the background work. How well do you take care of them? How well do you pay them? They're going for competitions outside the country. How are their accommodation and living standards like for the duration of those competitions? What are the things that you can improve on to avoid unfortunate news, to avoid news that everybody will see and be like, is it not Nigeria again? I expected it. So that is basically what they're asking of, what they are looking for when you have to talk about what could be done in the space of about a year's time before these players go to implement. You can expect something better, but like I said, the work must be done also by the ones that lead the charge, the ones at the top of it all. They have to do the work to help and to support these athletes so that they would be able to, make meaning out of their next competitions, particularly given the current joke of a standard with the athletics with favor of really switching, the video released by Toby Amusan and the likes of them. You can all mention, you could go back and date them, but it has become so consistent to the point where we are like, what is the new story going to be when it gets to early 2027? What is the story? Because we are always expecting some sort of a mess up. So what is the story going to be when it gets to that point? I think that's what everybody right now is thinking. And it's a negative mindset to have. Yeah, it is. But at the same time, it is the image that the AFN has currently set for themselves as regards, trying to move things that are not supposed to be and not changing the ones that are meant to be changed, and not showing that personal interest in fighting for and keeping those athletes under the wings of Nigeria to represent their homeland. So there are lots of things to work on, Henry, and it's all about time. It is not let's say or let's say one of those competitions where you want to play about with and you are also given a timeline. You're given a timeline. You just tell yourself, okay, we have 3 years to sort it out. We can cool down. We can chill. If you were to bring it down to other sports, even if it's football, even if it's basketball, fixing of courts, of pitches, and then they are looking at the deadline and they are saying, okay, maybe we don't have to rush, because we still have a little bit more time. And that is always where the flaw in mindset is coming from as regards the our associations, all of them. So settle down right now. You have a year. I don't think that's too much time. At the same time, it's not too little to make progress. And listen, whatever progress you make, be it little, whatever step you take is going to play a huge role in those athletes going far in this competition. So yes, we'll see how they do fare at the Los Angeles 2027.
But now, the immediate one of you is the Commonwealth Games that will actually be coming up this year at the end of the day. Now, we also the what happened during the camping stage. The FN did come out to debunk it. We're still seeing these performances. Now, it's a stage where Nigeria has gone to, and we've somehow found a way to actually compete and actually do decently. Now, do you think we can maintain that level of competition this year in the Commonwealth Games again? Or you feel a lot of these issues might affect or play a major role in our performance at the Commonwealth Games?
They will play a major role. They will affect the performances, as we've seen the athletes coming out in protest of not being paid their allowances during the camp. Many of them that were given money were not even given the complete money. The officials, the hotels that they put them in, and the rest. And going to the Commonwealth Games again to. How is it going to turn out? The transport, the logistics for the athletes. If they're going to get problems, the hotels they're going to stay in. All this is going to affect an athlete, and AFN still have not resolved the issue. And then we are heading into the Commonwealth Games. So all this is going to play a big part. But you just want to just keep faith in the athletes that yes, that okay, they can still do this for themselves. That let me see let me just do my best on the track, and let's see how far it takes me. At this goal, I'm not just winning it for the country, I'm winning it for myself. I'm winning it to increase my status in the sport as well. So I think that's what the athletes will have in their mind. But there's now who told me I don't even think I might really be encouraged to go for the Commonwealth Games, especially if I see I still have issues with the AFN when it comes to monetary, when it comes to logistics, and all. How am I going to be able to get, or how is it going to affect me heading into a very big tournament like the Commonwealth?
Okay, it's 0701 933 That's for the SMS and WhatsApp portal, and you can send your thoughts there. Everyone talking athletics on the show. Let's head over to talk tennis, where defending champion Carlos Alcaraz will face Yannick Sinner in the final of the Monte Carlo Masters, with the winner taking the world number one spot. That match will start in about 29 minutes time. Yes, by 2 p.m. That is the slated time for that game to start. Now, the pair both came through Saturday's semi-finals in straight sets, with Sinner defeating third seed Alexander Zverev 6-1, 6-4, and Alcaraz ending the run of home favourite Valentin Vacherot 6-4, 6-4. Sinner, the tournament's second seed and world number 2, becomes the first man to reach the first 3 Masters 1000 finals in a season since Novak Djokovic in 2015, having already triumphed at Indian Wells and Miami. The 24-year-old is on a 21-match winning streak at the Masters 1000 level and was in superb form against Zverev, converting all 4 of his break chances and never facing a break point, as he won in 82 minutes. World number 1, Alcaraz holds a 10-6 lead in matches with Sinner, whom he will meet for the first time since the Italian's victory in the straight sets in the ATP Finals Championship match last November. The Spaniard, or the Spanish top seed, reached the final in 84 minutes, converting 3 of 4 break points against Vacherot, who became the first Monaco native to reach the semi-finals at Monte Carlo. So it's the Sincaras Derby, and Ovier, it is back on our screens this afternoon. But first off, how do you dispatch your opponents in such a manner to get to where you are? I mean, definitely this is just a clear indication of this guy's being heads and shoulders above everybody 80 to 90% of the time.
For Yannick Sinner dispatching of Alexander Zverev 6-1, and I think it was 6-1, 6-4. Yeah. Took the first 6-1, and you didn't expect that kind of dismantling. Of course, Zverev is always going to come back. I don't think he's just going to sit back, relax, and just let himself be broken 3 or 4 times in that game. And he came back 6-4. It was much tougher. For Carlos Alcaraz, Valentin Vacherot has actually been a very he's been extremely good in this tournament. Holding Alcaraz at 6-4, 6-4 in that match as well too. So he's been a tough opponent to face. For both guys finally reaching, or they've dispatched their opponents so far to get to this tournament, is what you expect. It's the class you expect. It's the golf in talent that you expect when you compare these 2 athletes, these 2 players, with the rest of the field, with the rest of the roster in the ATP. And they've kept on showing it why they are the 2 best players in the world right now. And they've done it with a calm head. Sinner in a court that you say he's not really familiar with. The man has been dispatching people that you say are very, very familiar with this kind of court, and he gets to the final on a court where he's not familiar with. Lost the time, and when it comes to as the tails, both of them have faced 5 times on play, with Yannick only winning, and that was in 2022. Since then, it's all Alcaraz that has enjoyed when it comes to maybe he can finally win one. Now, and it's also for the number 1 spot in the ATP rankings, and you'll be heading into the Roland Garros as the number 1. Both of them have been fantastic as always when it comes to the clarity and how they just read the game different from their opponents.
And you're looking at Sinner. You're looking at the forms man has had. It wasn't the best semi-final in the Australian Open, but he put that side behind it. Sunshine Double, got it. India Wells and Miami Open. Now he's on course to probably Monte Carlo, but it has to be the performance in the Masters Ovier. Now, do you think the probably Sinner we've seen in a while? I mean, the man has been dispatching, taking off opponents without any qualms. He hasn't dropped a set.
He
dropped the set. He dropped the set.
Mahak.
Against Thomas Mahak. He dropped the set against Thomas Mahak, but he's also the first man. That was the first time he's been set in about 36 ATP 1000 matches. That was the first time. And he's the first man since Djokovic in 2015. So I actually reached the first 3 finals, or the finals of the first 3 Masters 1000 events in the ATP. That definitely says a lot about the man. Here looks like as much as we're saying the same characters or talking about the same characters, the dominance, it just feels like seeing on different levels.
Well, I would say it's always that changes the way they from when you see to be sometimes Yannick is just on your roll and just into opponents, and then it's to be Sinner Stone, and then they just be steamrolling through opponents. Him, Alcaraz, just steamrolling through opponents. The kind of interchange. We saw how this season started. It was Yannick losing back to back, getting out in back to back tournaments, and now winning after that back-to-back tournaments, social and double, and it was Alcaraz on the right end, losing back-to-back, losing in back-to-back tournaments. So I'll just say both of them always find a way to improve their games after every loss, after every match, every tournament, and it just feels they just keep on involved. It made they go back to practice to try their shots, try their serves, try their spins, just find a way to just improve themselves for the next tournament, for the next opponent, and that just puts them. It's not like everyone is not doing it. The other players are doing trying to improve themselves, but the way they can really different from the rest, and you will be heading into final now to see whose training will actually bear fruits this time, and both of them have actually put on their best. As you said, Yannick has just stable into opponents, and he had not dropped this in both games, and even when the game that was very tough. I took first set 1, second set 7-6, and he took the set 6-4. So you always find opponents like that and put that edge, and that's also what makes it for many of these months that actually take to the end and say yes, maybe people can actually be able to beat them, and I feel to them happens to the final and made themselves. I think they've already worked on all the weaknesses that they faced at the beginning of this year now, and looking at the rest of the year, I think we're going to see more things between them. If them are in the same tournament, we'll see more things between them. But work on to them during the Melbourne Open and the Australian Open. He has worked on that. Likewise, Carlos Alcaraz worked on what happened to him during the Sunshine Opens, and we'll see how the rest of the year turns out for these two players.
The number one spot is up for grabs here, and I know a lot of people say it's probably definitely at the back of the mind of this match. The number one spot is definitely something you're craving for. I mean, Alcaraz at the start of the month, I said, I'll probably eventually, even if it's not right now, but I'll eventually lose it because he knows what competition is like between these two men. And even if he gets it, he will probably lose against Alcaraz. It just feels like it's subsidiary between these men at this point in time. Now, I mean, how much do you think that number one spot will be playing on the heads of these men this afternoon when they face each other?
Well, for Henry is going to play an important role in how they approach this game. I mean, both sides will be looking at it and saying there is something problems here. I would say Alcaraz was undoubtedly the best player in the world when he took the number one spot at the end of last season, and he could be looking to see with the momentum, as Ovie did already say, that the man currently possesses, that the man has. He would be looking at sort of taking that stride, winning 3 Masters in a row, not just forgetting that the adversity of the tennis season, and you'd be looking at it and saying this is an opportunity to grab up 3. And who better to check your form than Carlos? You haven't played since the ATP finals where you beat him in November. So Yannick is definitely looking at this opportunity. He's sniffing his hands and he's saying, okay, I'll get a chase. But then you understand exactly what Carlos was trying to when you like between them as regards to Carlos being first and Yannick second. It could interchange at any time. There is no permanent switch. Last year I was thinking gap was somewhat insurmountable with how I was playing. All it took was back-to-back ATP final, ATP tournament losses for Carlos. All it took was Sinner winning those tournaments. Because I said one thing is important: if one people loses, the other one has to pick it up to close space. And it just that it did not even matter, or it's not even mattering at this point. He picked up the first Grand Slam of the year, and frankly, that's probably the only reason why Carlos Alcaraz still remains well right now. But at the same time, Yannick, like I said, we'll be looking at this and say this is an opportunity to reclaim the number one spot. And like I said, this is an opportunity to test how good he's been since the Australian semi-final loss to Novak Djokovic. So he'd be saying, okay, this is not like a 5-setter. This is not a match in duration like a 4-5 hour match. It's a top end that will test all your skills and wheels. But regardless, this is still a match against someone who, between you and him, are the best tennis player in the world, undoubtedly. Imagine so wide that the others are being swallowed in it. They are not even climbing the top, they are being swallowed in it. So there is no better feeling when you're going against, the one person who supposedly has your number, knows how to beat you. I think that's the best feeling about that clash. The fact that you head-to-head is 6 in official matches. You looking to close up the gap, you looking to build up momentum for the clay season, which you lost in the horrible fashion last season, losing the finals at home, Italy, and going to lose after having championship points in the Roland Garros finals. So Yannick is saying this is an opportunity to get it. At the same time, at the end of the bracket, Carlos is also saying this is an opportunity to try number one and possibly extend a sizable gap over Yannick, a gap that you will not have to worry about right now up until at least the end of the Roland Garros Grand Slam tournament. So it's perfectly poised, it's perfectly balanced. There are no large favorites on whatever place you look at find in terms of data and statistics. There are no marginally high favorite or someone who is particularly expected to. You got and that's only because of his form beating, like you said. But Carlos, like we did say, has his number. Carlos is being dubbed as the king of clay at his very, very young age. So he would want to, try to keep that spotless record he has on clay as regards those ATP 1000s and drag himself back into the fray of things. So he's very, very balanced out, Henry. It is evenly set up, and what a match. We just cannot wait to see what the next chapter of the Sin Cara's final is.
You should call this game. Call this game this afternoon. Call this game in 15 minutes. We'll see the start.
I am biased. I will always be biased towards a certain man. So as much as I think, even when he was playing the what was the 81,000 before the USA last year, which he lost that 81,000 in final. He did not play more than the first set. Yes, he played the first set.
Was that Cincinnati?
Yes, I think it should be Cincinnati. Cincinnati, Montreal was for the BTA. Cincinnati was for ATP. So he lost that final in the first set to Carlos Alcaraz by retiring. Going into that, he said that his win in the final that I don't feel so good. I don't feel so good. The heat levels, the condition of the court. I feel like I could faint any moment. That was said going into the match versus Carlos Alcaraz. So it was no surprise that with the conditions, he picked up a fever and struggled to even handle. I think it was a 6-1 first set right when he left the match because he obviously could not continue. But at that stage, Henry, my point is I would still tell Sina his condition probably doesn't matter how much for me. So I'm just trying to say there will always be a bias from my end at what Sina. I like playing style. I like how he dispatches opponents easily. So I'll go for Yannick. I would still for Yannick to continue his momentum and return as world number one, and to also start taking his claim and telling you that this clay season I can swing up. Don't expect it from just Carlos, who is dubbed the king of clay. So Henry, you have to call it maybe a 2-1-3 setter match.
Ovie.
I'm not anything that so, but I don't want to be biased. It's going to be a tough match, and it's a court that really was. As a man has been rejuvenated, he has found a way to bounce back after 2 losses at the 2 Sunshine tournaments, and right now, this is a man on fire. But likewise, he does not just want to just back down and just lie down and wait for you to beat him. It's going to be a tough match, and as I do want Yantina to claim that number 1 spot back, so I can start bragging that he's the best player in the world. He's the best player in the world for me. But, it's going to be tough. And as I said, it's good. It's get to third set. It's always get third set. I don't. If we see one person in the 2 sets after dominance, as we've seen them go likewise throughout the whole tournament. But I will give it to Yannick to set 1.
So nobody's giving Alcaraz a chance on his own turf, his own court.
No, we're giving us. He has
You're being biased.
You're fans of his setting to
Okay, you're being biased. You're being biased. But the final good, we'll see what I'm going to screen at 12 minutes. Probably the next 2 hours before we get to run out of studio. It will be done, and thus Thursday deserves a master class or a masterpiece of tennis this afternoon. 0701 8339962. 0701 9339962. That's SMS and WhatsApp portal, and you can send your thoughts there. We will be taking them. And yes, from the world of tennis, let's head over to boxing here on the show this afternoon as Tyson Fury marked his return to the heavyweight mix with a composed points win over Asylbank Makhmudov at the Tottenham Hotspur Stadium before immediately turning ringside to call out longtime rival Anthony Joshua. Now the 37-year-old Briton, out of his latest retirement after about 16 months, was far from Fury in full flow but had enough ring IQ and technical control to outbox Makhmudov across 12 largely one-sided rounds. Now Fury had to be watchful at times as Makhmudov did land occasional overhand rights, but the Russian was largely one-dimensional as Fury took a wide decision with scorecards at 120 to 108, 120 to 108, and 119 to 109. And let's hear from Tyson Fury after he did gain the victory in that bout over Makhmudov.
16 months out is not a short time. It's a long time, But I got back to me slipping and me sliding, boxing, sliding upon in there. I got a good sharp 12 rounds in there, Been away for 16 months and coming back with a 12 round against a tough opponent. A knockout specialist there in Arsenbeck. Got a good 12 valuable rounds in tonight. That's 10 times better than a 1 round knockout against a bum. I just took out there the number 5 ranked contender in the world with ease.
Well, Ovie, Tyson Fury, victory over Makhmudov, expected? Or do you feel like you expected more of a fight from Makhmudov and you didn't get to see that? Or is actually the outcome you felt? Or you didn't think what happened?
Well, I expected Fury to win that match. I think if Fury hadn't won that match, they would start questioning him coming back, and then the fight against Anthony Joshua, and maybe we should have just said, should have just stayed retired. But it was a fight. It was a fight. Makhmudov does have a chin. The man was not brought down easily. In fact, it wasn't even brought down at all. As you saw, it went all the way to the 12th round, and unanimous decision. Makhmudov is a fighter. The man is a fighter. He was aggressive during the first 4 rounds, but you see that experience of Tyson Fury locking him, getting those sweet punches in as well, those uppercuts, those few jabs in there to score those points as well. But Makhmudov was being more on the defensive later into the fight. From the 7th, 8th round, he was becoming more defensive, and you could see that Fury was in control. He did get him down once, but that was to a knee. But it wasn't really much of a knockout, as you say, and it was a good fight. It was a good fight. If I think Makhmudov had done or showed much of a better performance from start to finish, it might have been a split decision. But you see the man coming up against someone that knows the game or knows the sport in and out. Very good experience, very high experience, very high IQ in the ring. It just couldn't outmaneuver and outbox him, and that was what Tyson Fury did. Tyson Fury outboxed him during that match. He set his sight on AJ. We'll talk about that later, but still on the fight. It was good to see Tyson Fury has still not lost it in the ring. He still got those powerful punches, and that's something I also have to see about Makhmudov. Makhmudov is a very good power puncher. You could see the jabs he was throwing, you could see the body shots he was throwing. You could feel that Tyson Fury failed to do the headshots, the shots to the jaw and all. You could see that Tyson Fury actually felt those, and likewise to Makhmudov actually felt the punches, the jabs thrown by Tyson Fury. And I could see the man standing taking the blow. I was like, yeah, this guy could take a beating, and that's what you want to see in the heavyweight division. It's not just about giving a beating, it's to see who can take a beating, and Makhmudov could really take a beating. And you have to see the heavyweight division has got another tough, heavy boxer in Arsenbeck. Makhmudov, very good hitter, very strong power puncher. Not really good with his feet, as you would see, more of a really direct, and just tries to find a way to end the match. And that was what he was trying to do, to find a way to end the match, or at least try and get Tyson Fury on his feet or on his knees. And Tyson Fury, being a smart man, knew how to move around the ring, knew how to pull in him, knew how to outbox him, and we'll see what the next stage or the next match hold for both boxers.
Okay, now, Benjamin, we also have Benjamin Mina here with us in the studio. Benjamin, good afternoon, welcome.
Good afternoon to you, Henry. Good afternoon to you, Ovie. Good afternoon to our listener out there. It's good to be here to talk sports, Henry.
Is it safe to say the Gypsy King is back, or you just feel it's an opponent he should have dispatched?
Definitely. I think for Tyson Fury, these days nobody takes him serious, because the man is going to retire and then he's going to come back again. And I don't want to say whenever he's broke or whenever he needs money, he gets to come back to the ring. But his fight with Makhmudov, I think it was expected. Yeah, the victory was expected, because you're looking at the experience the man Tyson Fury has had under his belt. It's on that you'd say in his gloves. It's not something common. He's been around the sport for a very long time, so he knows how to dispatch his opponents. But the fight wasn't an easy fight. Yeah, looking at it wasn't an easy fight. Yeah, Makhmudov started smartly. I was a bit aggressive first 4 round, first 4 round. man was there. He was giving Tyson Fury a run for his money. But with the experience that Tyson Fury have got in the sports, is one of those victory that is been expected, But if it was the other way around, I would have been very, very surprised that Tyson Fury can lose this game, because a person of his caliber and the kind of fight that he has had over the years should have given him the edge, And then calling out the likes of Anthony Joshua to come fight. If you can't beat the opponent that is not, you could say in terms of experience, in terms of caliber, is not the same kind of fighter that you are, then it becomes a problem. Trust me. So, but again, it's a victory well deserved. It's a victory that is expected, or that was expected. Knowing that Tyson Fury is one of those boxer around around that knows his onion, even if he talks too much. But most times, the talking is what makes the fans anticipate the fight. But at the end of the day, the man, he has done his job. Congratulations to him.
Okay, Tyson Fury victorious against Anselin Makhmudov, the Russian boxer, the 36-year-old Aslanbek Makhmudov, yes, the Russian. But the man did call out another boxer after his bout against Makhmudov, and that is Anthony Joshua. Well, let's hear from Tyson Fury as he did call out his fellow Brit, AJ.
Thank you everyone for coming out tonight. I really appreciate every single one of you guys. 6 months out and we fill up to them again. But like I said, let me get Aslanbek Makhmudov out of the way and we'll talk next. Next, I want to give you the fight you've all been waiting for. I want you, AJ, Anthony Joshua. Let's give the fight fans what they want. The Battle of Britain. And here's my challenge. I challenge you, Anthony Joshua, to fight me, the Gypsy King, next. Do you accept my challenge?
It seems like everyone is calling out Joshua these days, Deontay Wilder, now Tyson Fury. First off, do you think they're trying to prey on Joshua and probably trying to prey on the fact that he might not be in the right headspace or right place at this point?
No, Joshua is still the biggest name in boxing. After Alexander Usyk, he's still the man everyone wants to fight and all. For Deontay Wilder and Tyson Fury, as we know, it's always been Tyson Fury that's going to be the main event when both of them to fight. But as you know, AJ needs a tune-up fight. We did hear at the end say Deontay Wilder is a good tune-up. He meant no disrespect to Deontay Wilder, calling him as a tune-up fight for just to get AJ in the ring, but he feels AJ is just head and shoulders above Deontay Wilder at this point in his career. Good match for Deontay Wilder coming back in the ring, and the match against Derek Chisora. The match could have gone either way for both opponents. Derek or Chisora going the length, going the distance, 50 matches under his belt, and the man really showed you why they call him, why he brings that war to the ring. But everyone wants a piece of AJ. He's the main man. He's still the star boy of boxing. Even with Alexander Usyk there, everyone wants a piece of him. You hear Moses Itama wants a piece of him. We might even see we've seen him and Alexander Usyk aspiring. We've seen him and Alexander Usyk training together since he came back from the accident. He's been training with Alexander Usyk's trainer and the rest. And next up is a tune-up fight that he needs, because the match between Tyson Fury would happen later this year, so he needs something to warm up, and you have to look at the opponent. You don't want to face an opponent that is way below your skill level. I don't want to face someone that is too high. But then again, who is higher than AJ?
But Hearn turned Wilder and fine tuner. But don't you think Wilder is a bit too high?
No, I don't think.
So you think AJ is going to blow Wilder off the park if they get a fight?
Yes, I believe that. I believe if he does fight Wilder, it's going to be a straight up knockout against Wilder. Wilder too is coming back, and you see what's right to me. The match against Chisora felt like an exhibition for me. Chisora was already on his weak legs and it felt more like an exhibition. Both men gave their all. AJ is going to be a much more tougher opponent to face than Deontay Wilder and than Derek Chisora for Deontay Wilder. And Deontay Wilder have to bring his A game. He's not too high of a level. I think the ceiling for AJ right now is Alexander Usyk. And he's been to that ceiling. Yes, he has not broken through the ceiling yet, but I think his head is just touching it, and right now there's no one on his level. I think maybe apart from Tyson Fury, there's no one on his level right now that can come close. Okay, we can have a tune-up fight, but it's not going to be a fight where I know that I'm fighting and I might get injured or the match can affect my reputation and not the weather is just right. You don't want him fighting all those you see the smaller opponents or the ones that are just trying to find their way in the sport. So it'll be a good one too as well, and just try and get yourself into the ring and just try and get the feel of the ring. But I think Deontay Wilder is a good tune-up, as Eddie Hearn has said before. You want to face a much more tougher opponent like Tyson Fury. Tyson Fury too, against Mark, but we expect to go this distance with him. I expect, as I said, I expect it to be a knockout maybe in the 6th, 5th round because you have to look at Mark. He's a big man, he's a heavy man. He's not going to be knocked down easily. He's not going to be brought down on his knees easily. The Mark could take a shot. He could take a shot to the face, take a shot to the chin, and was able to keep his distance with the GP King. Deontay Wilder too, he can go the distance. We've seen he can go the distance, but I still believe AJ has that power, especially this new AJ we are since after the incident. As we said, he's been training, trying to put on those pounds, trying to get himself into the best shape possible, and he's been doing it with Alexander Usyk's trainer. Why don't you train with the best boxer we have in the world right now? That just takes your boxing game to a whole nother level, and the match against Tyson Fury, when it does happen, will be one of the best boxing matches we've seen in a very, very long time. At least I hope for that. But for Deontay Wilder being a tune-up fight for AJ, I think it's just right.
This one is actually ready for the Battle of Britain. Or do you think the world doesn't even want it again? Because when this man was in prime, we were all begging for, we never got to see it. Now they want to give us this bout, but it just feels like
you heard AJ after Tyson called him. AJ told Tyson that I used for 10 years. You didn't want the fight. Now you want the fight. Put it on my terms. We all know both of them when they both held their titles individually. When AJ was an undisputed champion, was a world champion. Likewise too with Tyson Fury, clamoring for the big British bout between Bookers, and it all feels like Tyson is trying to dodge. Tyson does not want to get that fight, and they've already wound down their career to say the last embers, and some finally want the British, the British, they want this fight as well. To boxing fans want this fight as well. So I was of the opinion at first, I wouldn't. I didn't want to see this fight. I didn't want this fight, but after looking at what both of them have gone through, the coming back, looking at the shape in the ring, I say yes, I can still go for one or two more big fights. AJ to have to come back from the incident. At the accident, you look at the training he's put in, the working, the workout he has put on to try and prepare himself for his big comeback to the world of boxing. I see these guys can give us a good bout. They are boxers as much as they are entertainers as much as they are boxers, and Tyson Fury put up an entertainment or an entertaining match yesterday, and I think AJ will do likewise when he does have his tune-up fight or when he does have his comeback fight sooner rather than later. So I'm still looking that this could be maybe a top five fight in boxing history.
Okay, so Battle of Britain, Anthony Joshua versus Tyson Fury. Could that be a possibility? Joshua has been called out by Tyson Fury. But for Fury, Ovie, too soon? I mean, just Mahmoudov. Don't you think that's a big step up from Mahmoudov to Anthony Joshua?
I don't think so. I don't think it's a big step up. As I said, the man outboxed Mahmoudov. To show that at this point there is no one. He's just like AJ. Both of them are at the ceiling. There is no one that can actually go head to head, outbox him, outrun him, outmaneuver him in the boxing setup at this point. And AJ likewise too is at the ceiling. Both of them have reached the roof. They've been knocked down, or they've not been able to break the roof, and that is break the ceiling. That is in Alexander Usyk. Both of them have faced the man. They've been knocked down at the man. They've been beaten by the man. They've been beaten by the man. So it's time for both of them to face themselves, as there is really no one to actually face, and who knows, it might actually push them into title contention. Alexander Usyk still has the belt. Woodley has the belt with him too as well. So they've still lots to still give in the sport, and they still lots to give in the sport, especially to the younger ones like Moses Itama and so are also looking for a fight against these legends in their career. At least at some point in their career, they want to go head to head with AJ. They want to go head to head with Tyson Fury at some point in his career. So I don't feel for Tyson Fury his step up to EJ is a big one. Maybe we might have the man. I don't think he's going to have another fight later this year apart from EJ. I don't think so.
But
Because
will AJ give the go ahead for that fight? That's the question. Will we see that fight actually happen now?
The reports and the speculations and everything that we've been hearing and at the end at the Saudi Arabia contractors and everything won that fight and they are putting it into motion, they are putting it into play. It looks like it's more likely to happen this year than it was the previous 5, 6, 7, 8 years that we've been hearing reports about it. But it's going to happen. That's what I do strongly believe. Sooner rather than later. But for AJ, I think he just needs to. I said he's still trying to get his head in the right place after the accident, including his friends and all, and the mental scars he had to face, he had to go through during that fight. So I think the man will have to just stay back and just recuperate. And when he's ready, I believe he's ready. As I said, they need to give him some time. Deontay Wilder wants a piece of him. Tyson Fury wants a piece of him. Zitama wants a piece of him. The man is the golden boy, but it's his call. That's it. It's his call. He's the one that decides who he wants to face, who he needs to face, when he wants to face you. At this point, as he told Tyson Fury, it's his own rules now. He's the boss now, and he's the one that will decide all those. So the fight is in his hand, and it's going to be a big money fight. It's going to be a big money fight. Both are going to benefit from the fight financially, as we've seen the match against he had against Alexander Usyk, the match he had against Francis Ngannou. It's going to be a big match. It's going to be a big money fight, and I don't think Tyson Fury or AJ and Eddie Hearn will just try and keep out of that, of those big bucks, of those big pounds. I don't think they're just going to just keep out of the crowd it could pull, especially when they actually do the fight in a big British stadium on British soil. Yeah, it's going to be a very, very big fight. So for now, it's AJ's call to make who he faces. Boom. He will give the go ahead. Maybe not this year. I think it will possibly be after his fight, because I know during that fight, AJ is going to be around. I say Tyson Fury is going to be around. If it's the one that he's facing, Tyson is going to be around. If not, Deontay is facing, maybe he's facing another one. Both Deontay and Fury will be around. And I'll give the go ahead. If I'm facing Deontay next, if I'm facing Tyson Fury next, but Tyson Fury has always been the target, always been in goal.
And how does this affect the world of boxing now? If with Fury calling out Joshua and if the bout gets happened, I mean, there's also a small matter of Alexander Usyk and Rico Verhoeven that is meant to take place. That should be next month in Egypt. Usyk has been a bit picky as well, and he picked Verhoeven, decided not to challenge Wardley or fight Wardley, vacated the WBO and gave it to Wardley. Some are saying, why would you do that if you're not scared of man Fabio Wardley? Some are saying maybe he didn't feel like going into another bout. He didn't want to go into another bout according to some quarters last year again. And some are also saying, okay, you choose Ricky Verhoeven to defend your belts against. I mean, it's not the most formidable of opponents. Someone that last boxed in 2014, and he's a kickboxer these days. Well, he last boxed in 2014, and they were having cause in some areas for him to fight Ajit Kabayel. I mean, the man has been good, 27 victories, or he's undefeated in 27 professional bouts. He's defeated Mark Mudov, who Fury dispatched, and also Zhili Zhang. So, I mean, how does that bout, Fury Joshua, also affect the rest of the heavyweight division? Like I did mention, Alexander Usyk. What about Dubois and Wardley? We know that those ones are going to fight next month as well. This will be a month of some interesting bouts. That's the month of May. And we also, Ituama, how does it fit in? Most Ituama, because, I mean, Deontay Wilder wants Joshua, Fury wants Joshua. These two are fighting. Usyk is fighting. Itama, where does he come in? Because his name has been mentioned multiple times. So where or how do the puzzles just fit in the heavyweight division as the way things are going?
As we've seen, everyone wants a piece of everyone in the boxing world right now. I said Itama, after coming off his last win, and the man over Jeremy Franklin, that even AJ has found it hard to actually knock the man out. Moses Itama was able to do that. The man is one of the, if not, he's the next big thing in boxing, in heavyweight boxing. For Usyk, I say Usyk, for AJ and Fury, whoever comes out of that match, I think it's going to have a domino effect. It's going to have a big effect because you come out of that match and then you're looking at the next big thing. It's going to be, of course, a title. And then who are the people with the title that you want? Phoebe Wardley. That is if he's still holding the title after that. But then again, you have to look at after Phoebe Wardley gets the title, because the title, it's going to be between Moses Dama. Moses Dama said he can't fight Phoebe Wardley because they're both from the same promotion. But I think they're going to throw that out the window because it's going to be a big fight, and he wants the title, he wants the championship. It's going to be a big fight. And then you're looking at the back of Alexander Usyk again after taking out Rico Verhoeven in Egypt. Yes, the kickboxer. Not what people expected. When you're looking at Usyk's next big fight, even when I heard the fight, I thought it was going to be an exhibition. I thought it was going to be an exhibition, but no, he decided it won't be an exhibition. He put his WBC title on the line and WBC title on the line, and we'll see how it goes. To me, I feel it's just the fight to just get the man in shape, or just find a way to just defend the title. He will soon be here. He said he has planned 3 or 5 fights before his retirement. I think it's one of them.
But can you avoid the mandatory challenge that we have to give up those belts? Because eventually the WBC will say he has to fight on the mandatory challenge.
It's because of the mandatory challenge that he actually dropped the belts to Phoebe Wardley.
Yes.
Yeah. I think the man he just wasn't ready for a fight after coming off his last one. He just was not ready to start putting his body on the line again, and he felt I needed that space, I needed that time to rest, and what better way. I might as well just drop the title and head over to the next fight. I did not dispute it twice, so actually at this point I don't have anything to lose. I still believe he's still going to come back for Phoebe Wardley. That is if Phoebe Wardley will be in his last 2 fights. But I don't think he's going to be facing AJ or Usyk unless maybe one of them is winning the last title that he needs to become undisputed. There's also Moses Itama there as well too. So you don't know how it could play out after we see the end of the battle between Tyson Fury and AJ, who comes next, because you have to look at the fights from next year. And then I think after the fights next year, I think we can start plotting a graph or plotting a plan, a framework of how maybe the boxing world could look like post Fury and AJ's bout. Because next we have Alexander Usyk and Rico Verhoeven, and oh my God, I don't think we're getting an upset with that. If Rico Verhoeven winning that title will just break the boxing world into pieces.
It throws a whole new curveball.
Yeah, it throws a whole new curveball to everything because no one will expect that. And what's the next part for him? This is someone that you didn't expect to go. I think when that happens, it will happen. For now, the favorite to see that match is the undisputed champion Alexander Usyk. So we'll see what Usyk can do in that match. We'll see what Usyk can do in that game. During the ball, we expect to be victory. Then you now have Phoebe Wardley, Daniel Dubois. It's a big match. Phoebe Wardley has not lost. I think in 20 plus fights or so, I don't think the man has lost, and you have to look at where he's come from. You have to look at where the man has come from. See, not really total fights 21, man won 20. He has 19 by KO. So just one draw. So he's not many fights under his belt, but he's taking the boxing world by storm. And against Daniel Dubois, it's going to be a big one. It's going to be a tough one, and that match could decide another bout, because this person is waiting and looking Moses Itama for what or who walks out of that match after the sum clears, after the dust settles. He's looking for who steps out and challenges the person. I still don't believe in that Phoebe Wardley same promotion and all. I think if we want to see a good fight, I think the boxing will give us a good fight, especially if it's people for the same promotion. I think they can host an event or a full card with everyone from the same promotion. As we've seen, Matchroom has done that. Dazen has done that. I think we've seen bouts like that. So they're looking to see who steps out of that fight, and then after that, we could see something which maybe the winner from Moses Dama and the winner from the Daniel Dubois fight take on Alexander Usyk, and then after that, it could be the winner between that match take on Phoebe Wardley, AJ or Tyson Fury out of that match. But I think everything will be settled by the end of this year, and the next year we'll start looking at more fights. That is if Alexander Usyk does not retire before the year ends.
Okay, 0810-9510951, 0810-9510951. Phone line is open for calling and your thoughts on everything we have discussed so far from athletics. Over there to tennis and boxing. Before we get headed over to the NBA, what are you expecting? Tyson Fury did defeat Mark Mudoff and Sebek Mark Mudoff and has called out Anthony Joshua. We want to see the Battle of Britain, the fight between these men before the end or by the end of this year. Or do you think there are other possibilities and permutations in the world of boxing? We have some other major bouts this year. Also, Wadley taking on Dubois next month, 9th May at Manchester's Co-op Live Arena. We'll still be having Alexander Usyk taking on Ricky Verhoeven, and that will be on May 23rd in Egypt. Then there's also a small matter of Moses Tuama hanging around the corner, and also the Monte Carlo Masters, the Sin Caras Derby. What are your expectations as regards that bout or regards that match, which is currently going on at this point in time, the Monte Carlo final, and Alcaraz has gotten the first 2 games of the first set. He's leading 2-0 at this point in time. Could it be the same story for Yannick Sinner on clay when it comes to facing Carlos Alcaraz? 0810-9510951, 0810-9510951. Okay, let's head over to the phone lines. Hello, caller. Good afternoon.
Good afternoon.
Good afternoon. This sounds like Big John.
Yeah, Big John is on the line from Port Harcourt Town.
Okay, Big John, please let's hear your thoughts.
Yeah, definitely would like to see the two of them clash. Talking about Tyson Fury and Anthony Joshua. I know there have definitely been no loss. There will be no respect between the two of them until the clash. When Anthony Joshua beat Jake Paul, right there in the middle of me, he was calling out Tyson Fury. Now Tyson Fury beats Mark Mudoff and is also calling out Anthony Joshua. He says Anthony Joshua is a house of shit. Anthony Joshua says he's the boss, he's the landlord. This is exactly how these people will keep insulting themselves. Now, I am Mike Tyson once said the way boxers show love and respect for each other is when the two of them fight. So long as these two people, Anthony Joshua and Tyson Fury, have not stepped into a boxing ring to fight, there's no way there will be respect between the two of them. This is exactly how they will keep insulting each other. Of course, there can't be two captains in one ship. I've seen this one happen before during the days of Frank Bruno and Lennox Lewis. It was Frank Bruno who first came into limelight before Lennox Lewis came. And then there was this rivalry between the two of them until the two of them fought. It was only after Lennox Lewis beat Frank Bruno that he became the number 1 man in Great Britain and maintained it till he retired. As far as there's Tyson Fury, as far as there's Anthony Joshua in Great Britain, this is exactly how they keep insulting themselves if the two of them step into a boxing ring. Unfortunately, a whole lot of you in the studio believe this fight will take place next year. But when I consider the fact that Anthony Joshua has not fought for some time now after his fight with Jake Paul, I believe this fight can happen anytime around December. From September.
So you're expecting Joshua to go dive straight in, or you're not expecting him to just have a warm-up fight?
No, I'm actually expecting him to have a warm-up fight, considering the fact that the one between him and Jake Paul didn't last that long. I'm expecting him to step into a boxing ring with not a YouTuber at this time, but a boxer that will stretch at least 10 rounds. But I'm looking at the difference. We're in April right now, and it is in this April that Tyson Fury is calling. So April, May, June, July, August, September, October, November. I'm looking at this fight. If everything goes well, I'm looking at the both of them clashing sometime around November or December. December to be precise. This fight is a fight that has taken too much time to have. happen. For over 10 years or for up to 10 years now, we've been waiting to see the two of them clash. With this call out, with the shares, with the response I think from Anthony Joshua telling him that he's the landlord, that should come to him, let them negotiate. This fight might just take place before December or by December.
Okay, so I mean, you're okay, Big John. Thanks so much for being a part of the show this afternoon. But quickly, just quickly before you go, quickly your thoughts on Wadley Dubois. That will be May 9th. That should be next month, and also Usyk actually going up against Rico Verhoeven, a man that hasn't boxed since 2014 to actually defend his WBC titles. And I mean, do you think he actually is avoiding any of the big bouts, dropping the WBO to face to avoid facing Wadley? And also, he decided to go against the opinions of people to actually face Ajit or to face Ricky Verhoeven instead of Ajit Kabayel. Do you think Usyk is trying to be very picky and selective about his fights in fear of probably being defeated?
Yes, I believe he's been picky. I mean, everybody expected him after his exploits in boxing, beating everybody, becoming the number one. I mean, everybody expects him to go for the best. As at the time when Wadley beat Joseph Parker, a whole lot of people were expecting that the next clash would be between him and Usyk. And now there's Talma on the line too. But you see, Usyk is clearly avoiding the two of them. It's not only avoiding the two of them. It's not making any direct. That's exactly what will make you know it's picky and it's avoiding them. It's not making any direct statement concerning the two of them. It's not thinking of ever fighting the two of them. The two of them are not in his consideration at all. Believe me, I believe he's being picky. These people are younger people. You look at Itauma, you look at Wadley, you look at their boxing records. These people are younger, tougher opponents, and they have age on their side. With what I saw Wadley did to Parker, the exchange of blows that finally led to Wadley beating Parker, I believe if he fights for Alexander Usyk, we might just see him dethrone Alexander Usyk.
Okay, and Dubois Wadley. Does Wadley retain the WBO?
Wow, that would be a very, very big fight. A very big fight. It's something I did to Parker. Fighting Dubois would be a different ball game from what Dubois got beating Anthony Joshua. Parker had something in him that is so tough. It's like a titanium trunk. I mean, we saw this with exchange of blows, but it did not bring him down. That as at the time when, as the rounds goes, a boxer is expected to be weaker and less stronger. But seeing what he did to Parker in the last round that they finally gave him the victory, the continuous barrage of punches that keep coming, the boy is in big trouble, believe me. He has to train, he has to bring in his A game if you have to beat Wadley, but I don't see him beating Wadley at all.
Okay. Thank you so much for your thoughts and being a part of the show this afternoon, Big John. It's been great having you.
Thanks for having me.
Okay. The phone lines are still open for you to be a part of the show this afternoon. 0810-951-0951 as we are getting ready to talk basketball on the show this morning. 0810-951-0951, or you can send your thoughts to the SMS and WhatsApp also. Then that one is 0701-933-9962. 0701-933-9962. Victor Ubuji is here with us in the studio. Victor, good afternoon. Welcome.
Good afternoon, Henry. Good afternoon to OVA. And good afternoon to you, our listener at home, listening to us today, this beautiful Sunday afternoon. Actually, it's really chilled here in the studio.
Boy, it's hot outside.
It's a different case scenario outside. Welcome to the show.
Yeah, so final game or final games of the regular season this night, and on the Western Conference is done and dusted. It's done and dusted.
You could say so, aside for the playing places.
I mean, even the playing places. I mean, what else are you using? Because do you think the Pelicans can actually find themselves in the playing still at the end of the day?
No. When you talk about the playing for the West, you talk about teams that want to make it to the playoffs. There are teams that are making it to the play are officially out.
Yeah, but okay, you're talking about teams looking to make it into the playoffs at the end of the day. Or I think everything is settled in the West.
Yes, aside the Warriors have to take on the Clippers.
Yes.
For their final playing game. I mean, and then we still have the matchup between the Trailblazers. The Trailblazers have been performing really well. Yeah, they've been performing really well. If you ask me,
keep down your hands.
I mean,
I said it during the start of this season that we'll make the planes. I said this, we'll make the planes. Now,
earlier in the season, they were not really playing fantastically well. They were just roving around that 10th place and then trying to get their spots up high. And then all of a sudden, Golden State Warriors just grabbed the 10th place and then they just left it there, 10th place for most part of the season. I think since Jimmy Butler got injured, they started dropping, and then Steph's injury was like icing on the cake to make sure that the Golden State Warriors do not pass that 10th place seed. And the Trailblazers beat the Clippers recently in one of those matchups for the playoffs, and then they have to face the Suns. The Suns last season were abysmal with KD. Last season with KD as a primary scorer, and they couldn't find a way to make it. They didn't even make it to the playoffs last season. They finished outside the playoff places, and then this season without KD, they're doing very well with Devin Booker and then the guy they got from Houston Rockets. The two guys they got from Houston Rockets, Jalen Green and Dillon Brooks. So Portland Trail Blazers and Phoenix Suns will have to battle for those places, for the 7th place to take on the San Antonio Spurs. And then the Golden State Warriors will have to defeat the Clippers. If they defeat the Clippers, then they get to face the losers between the Trailblazers and the Suns. So that game will end up leading to the 8th seed. Now the 8th seed will get to face the Oklahoma City Thunder, which are the team that the first seed at the moment. So it's just so crazy right now. We could see a playoffs this year without Kawhi Leonard or Steph Curry or Devin Booker or Drew Holiday. One of these players won't be making it to the playoffs this year.
So, I mean, that's the permutation as regards the Western Conference. Now, it's more about the play-ins, the organizations, but every other thing is clinched. Nobody is dropping out. But let's look at the Eastern Conference now as things do get to start. Milwaukee are probably out.
I think they're out. There's no playoffs for Giannis this year.
Yeah, Milwaukee out. Yeah, Giannis is already said to won't be having Giannis in the playoff. And we'll wait to see how that will affect the trade later on during the off season. But I mean, Giannis isn't going to be in the playoff. But you also have to look at the play-ins, and the Raptors could still get sucked into the play-ins.
Yeah.
The Raptors could still get sucked in. Orlando and the 76ers are probably looking at that one and saying, we have to win. We have to. For the East, it's basic. We'll come back to the West based on positioning, because we know the Lakers need a victory, hoping these people will lose to guarantee third seed ahead of the playoff and all that. But focusing on the play-in first, the Raptors need a victory to guarantee playoff spots, and they don't want to get sucked into the mess that is the play-in, because it becomes complicated. Ibam Adebayo, Miami Heat is still there. They've guaranteed their playing spot. I don't think nothing further than the playing for them at this point in time.
They've actually played in the playing for the past 4 seasons. The Miami Heat.
So it's like it's their turf. It's
their territory actually.
Yeah, it's their territory. It's something they're used to. So I mean, even Orlando Magic will be looking at it and say, we can actually avoid this. We can actually beat it. Even the 76ers are saying we could actually beat this. How does this scenario now we're looking at actually affect what goes down tonight?
It takes a lot. I mean, the West, the East this season have actually taken a complicated turn. Where you see teams just come from nowhere and then they spank up surprises. The Atlanta Hawks, one of those teams this season. The Miami Heat are, well, I say they're a surprise for me. Not really. It's been the Heat culture for the past seasons. They get to really horrible regular seasons, and then when they get to the playoffs, then they had Jimmy Butler, who's actually one of the greatest performer of all time. Yeah. But now there's no Jimmy, and then those picks around Jimmy, those shooters around Jimmy, Duncan Robinson, Caleb Martin, Max Strus, these guys are almost out of the team, and it's just them trying to use their experience, maybe the likes of Bam Adebayo and Andrew Wiggins, to see if they can get to the playoffs. Then for the 76ers, when you look at that team, Embiid, Paul George, Tyrese Maxey, and you expect them to actually play better than they're actually playing. But Paul George was at some point suspended for 25 games. We had issues of betting, I don't know. And then Joel Embiid as well has been injured for most parts of the season, so they just get to depend on VJ Edgecombe, the rookie, and Tyrese Maxey to actually to get them those wins. But it's just been in the mix for the 76ers. Charlotte Hornets as well. One of the most impressive things in the East this season. I mean, their rookie, Con Conepo, the guy has been shooting lights out, 270 threes made this season. He actually leads the entire league in threes made. Despite the stars, the amount of stars you have in the league, and this man and his teammates, LaMelo Ball, that they are placed first and second in the 3-point list. LaMelo Ball 267 threes made this season. Con Conepo 270 threes made this season. That Charlotte Hornets team, they actually lead the league in 3-point shooting as well. So it's just them trying to see if they can get inexperience, which is the problem in this case, the inexperience in that Charlotte Hornets team, to see if they can get it over the line for them. The Raptors, I don't really expect much from the Raptors and them making it to the playoffs. Brandon Ingram and Scotty Barnes, these guys have the size and they have some sort of shooting in them as well to actually make it to the playing. The Orlando Magic, Bain Banchero, they look like that team that's just one star scorer away from being a super team. Yes, they have the defense, Banchero leading defense, rebounds, Bain as well with the creativity, with playmaking and shooting. But it's just like the Rockets last season, defensive unit, good rim protectors, and then no real clutch closer for them. And that's just the problem with the Orlando Magics. If they can get a good number one option to actually get them over the line, especially in clutch moments, I see them performing really well in the playoffs this season. But aside that, it's just it's practically the same thing with the East. Teams you expect to perform very well, most of the time they don't get to perform. Teams you actually expect them to perform, like the Milwaukee Bucks, they have no reason at all not to be in the play-in this season. Yes, they have a poor roster, but you have Giannis. There's Ryan Rollins in there, and there's some players, and even their coach, Doc Rivers, who's one of the most experienced coaches in the NBA, and they just can't get it to the play-in. And you look at their future, the future is really bleak for Milwaukee at this moment in time. No playoffs game this season. and then no Giannis. Most likely no Giannis next season. There are reports that Giannis had to file against the Milwaukee organization for not giving him that move that he requires. So it's just so bleak for the Milwaukee at this moment, and not so flashy things for the Eastern side. Things I'm looking at for the Atlanta Hawks. Trading Trae Young. Since they traded Trae Young, they've been really, really good. Yes, and they went on, I think, a 10-game winning streak where they just have to blow out everything that comes their way. And the Charlotte Hornets with Kon Konipo, I'd love to see how he shoots in the playoffs.
Okay, so things are heating up as regards the NBA play-in and the playoffs about to start, or will be kicking off soon, boys, about the season or regular season finale this night. And now let's look at how the seedings are for. Let's start off with the Western Conference now. We're almost sure with everything play-ins. I think the play-ins has already been decided, just how they place there or where they finish or who finishes where. But I think everything is almost settled there. But now for the Lakers, they need a victory. They need a victory tonight, and hoping that the Denver Nuggets find a way to lose
to the Spurs.
But the Spurs have nothing to fight for again. They're already guaranteed second seed.
True.
It's just like OKC not having, they're guaranteed the top seed. So, I mean, do you think that's a possibility that the Spurs could actually turn to spoilers for the Nuggets at the end of the day to help the Lakers?
I don't think so. Wemby has already gotten his 65 game, 65 has already crossed that 65 game threshold where he gets to compete for the MVP, the DPOY, Defensive Player of the Year, and even the All NBA teams. Steph Castle, Harper, these guys are just having a good season. I think they'll just go out there, feed likes of Keldon Johnson and Luke Cornell, who have been bench players this season, and even Harrison Barnes. For the Nuggets, I think whoever they face, it won't be a problem for them. Jokic just need one game this season to complete his 65-game run. And that game might actually be him playing just 20 minutes to actually get over the line. Nuggets, be the Rockets, Timberwolves, the Lakers, I think they are ready to face any team at all at this point in time. So it shouldn't be a problem for them resting Jokic or resting their first team players to get a win. Any team at all, I think the Nuggets have the capability to crush any of them.
It's game over for the Lakers' fourth seed.
If Luka is back for the playoffs, if they have Luka back, they have Austin Reeves back. These two guys are currently injured. If these guys are injured and then let's say the Lakers get to pair with the Rockets, is LeBron James does he still have the strength? Does he have the explosiveness to actually get them over the lines with these other guys? Yes, Luke Kennard leads the league in 3-point percentage, over 47%. Marcus Smart will be back for the playoffs. DeAndre 18 as well. These guys, without Luka, who is actually the best offensive player in the league this season, and then Austin Reeves as well, it will be really, really difficult for the Lakers. Maybe if they get to face the Timberwolves is actually another problem for them. Remember, a few seasons ago, they swept the Lakers in the conference final 4-0, and the Lakers had no answer. They even had AD then, Anthony Davis. So right now, their defense doesn't speak good of them, and then in the offense you're lacking two players that have actually scored a whole lot of points this season. To be really, really difficult for the Lakers at this point to get over the Rockets. They could get over the Rockets if they find a way to stop KD like they did earlier this season, but with the Nuggets and the Timberwolves, it will be really difficult for them, having LeBron James as the number one option to get them over the line. If Luka and Reeves are back, then we're having a totally different conversation.
So now, almost set, what are your permutations as regards who gets to face who in the playoff for the Western Conference?
I think they're there already. You have OKC. OKC are already number one. So number one usually takes AC, like I established earlier, Warriors or Clippers. And then you have OKC facing Warriors. It's really difficult. It will be a difficult game for the Warriors, taking an OKC side where they're just young, 3-point shooters all around the team, good rim protectors, and the reigning MVP, Shai. If it was OKC versus Clippers, I would say maybe the Clippers have a bigger chance of performing better than the Warriors versus the OKC. And then Spurs second seed, take on 7th seed, Phoenix or Trailblazers. it could actually be a whole different story for the Spurs if they can't get over the Trailblazers, who has got that experience all around them. Not just experience as well, they've got good defense as well. Donovan Klingan, their center, leads the league in offensive rebounds this season. Yes, Wemby has that rim protection, ultimate rim protection now, as I'll put it, but that experience in the Blazers team, Drew Holiday, a very defensive player, very good defensive player, and Denny Avia as well, very good scorer. They could actually take the Spurs to Game 7. Or even the Suns as well. The Suns with Devin Booker and Dylan Brooks. They could. I see them taking the Spurs to Game 7. Not because the Spurs are inexperienced, are a bad team, but because of inexperience, that playoff experience. Who is the closer for them? Darren Fox. Is he good enough to close out those games for the Spurs? Is going to be that guy to close out those games for the Spurs? It will be a really difficult. It might not be difficult for the Spurs, but if they don't get to
might be complicated.
Yeah, it might be complicated if they don't get to round up in Game 5. If it gets to Game 6, Game 7, then it could go anybody's way. For the Timberwolves, I think that they're perennial playoff performers. We've seen them beating teams over the years. Nuggets, Lakers, and these are not just even the Mavericks when Luka was with the Mavericks as well. So I've actually seen them taking big teams down in games where you don't actually expect them to take. If the Timberwolves are to face the likes of the Lakers, then I see the Timberwolves taking it in even as Game 5 or Game 6. If they get to face the Rockets, then we are going to have a Game 7. If the Nuggets gets to face the Rockets as well, they might actually have a Game 7 as well. Any matchup between the Nuggets, the Timberwolves, the Rockets, these teams are actually evenly matched, and we might actually see a Game 7 between these teams. And to the other games as well, I think that's just pretty it. Timberwolves versus Nuggets. There was a game where Nikola Jokic had a 53-point triple-double, an overtime game, and they still lost to the Timberwolves. Anthony Edwards had over 40 points in that game. It was really a close matchup between Rudy Gobert, who is a defensive masterclass, and Nikola Jokic, who gets you rebounds, steals, and even points, more points than Rudy Gobert. Will he be able to get the advantage in those matchups against Rudy Gobert, especially inside the paint and around the rim? If it's for the scorers, we could see Edwards and Jamal Murray actually getting a good matchups in between themselves. They are good 3-point shooters. Jamal Murray is ranked 4th when it comes to 3 points made this season, and Edwards, yes, he's been in and out with injury, but we know what he can actually turn up with the day, Anthony Edwards. So the West this season, we might see pretty good matchup and pretty good games, especially games that will actually lead into Game 7. Most of these ties I'm seeing here will actually lead to Game 7. Lakers versus the Rockets. If they have Luka back and Reeves back, then we might actually see a Game 7. But no Luka, no Reeves. Maybe the Rockets might get to close the game out in Game 6, or even maybe a Game 7 as well.
Okay, and let's head over to the Eastern Conference. Let's start off with the team that will be finishing top seed, and that will be Detroit Pistons. They were poor last season. They've come into the season and they shocked us all. And they just didn't shock us by making the playoff. They actually topped in the Eastern Conference. Do you think it ends this regular season, or you see them doing something in the playoffs?
In the playoffs, they get to face the 8th seed. The 8th seed will be between Miami Heat and the Charlotte Hornets. Now, I see the Heat coming out of that one because of the kind of experience they have. I don't see Con Conepo and LaMelo Ball actually taking that one over the Heat. Now, it comes to the Heat and the Detroit Pistons. Like I said, the Heat have scored the 120 points per game for the Heat this season, and they have the most 140 points game in the NBA this season, over 4 games, whereby they have scored over 140 points. Now, facing them with the Detroit Pistons, yes, the Pistons have kind of shocked us this season with their performances, and Jalen Duren and Kate Cunningham. But it's a different case scenario when you're in the plane. The plane is like a mini playoffs. These guys will love to get to the playoffs and get even the game 7, get to game 7 and even possibly play in the NBA finals. Now, the Miami Heat offers that experience. They have that whole lot of experience. You saw not Jimmy Butler, Bam Adebayo this season scoring 83 points. There are question marks all over that 83 points game. But at halftime, he almost had a 50-point game at halftime. So you can discredit it all. But from the first quarter, the man was balling out, and the Washington Wizards had to figure out a way to stop him. And hacking him means he gets to the free throw line, and you going to the free throw line means if you're a good free throw shooter, you can actually get most of your free throws. It's only bad when you can't make free throws and you're being hacked all the time. You're being hacked all the time to send it to the free throw line. Likes of Shaq. That's why you have the hack Shaq rule. He's a big dominant player inside the paint and around the rainbow. Long time now. Imagine coaching the likes of LeBron James, Dwayne Wade, Udonis Haslem, and then that generation gets to passes. The generation of Jimmy Butler and Duncan Robinson gets to passes. So now you're to the generation of Davion Mitchell and Norman Powell. So I see the Miami Heat getting this one over the Detroit Pistons. The Detroit Pistons have had a good regular season. Last season, the Cavaliers had a good regular season. They didn't even make it to the conference finals. Few seasons ago, the Utah Jazz with Donovan Mitchell and Rudy Gobert as well, they topped the Western Conference. But when it got to the playoffs, first round, they were out. That's how the playoffs works. The reason why the OKC are actually performing really well is because they actually assembled their team in a way whereby they have shooters experienced in the likes of Alex Caruso, who are an NBA champion, 2-time NBA champion, with an SGA who, the man said in an interview when he started, when he started, the entire franchise gave him that liberty to work on your mistakes, get as many shots as you want, work on your efficiency, and that's the template that every team in the NBA should follow, the OKC template. Aside that, if you don't follow that template, you can get a good regular season. If you don't have what it takes to perform the playoffs, Jalen Johnson, Dyson Daniels, Jonathan Kuminga, but Jalen Johnson, Dyson Daniels, Jonathan Kuminga, but
the sports chef, he's also very good in the kitchen. Yes, very good in the kitchen is what he does.
This free advertisement,
you
1,000 years husband material.
Yes. So the ladies would be aware and be weary of you. Those who don't want to share their kitchen will not want to come close to you at this point. But it's good to be here. Okay, a lot happening. We are still hoping to wake up from what we saw yesterday. Arsenal losing to Bournemouth.
Yes, one team I can't trust with my life.
I don't know if I'll be asking Arsenal why, or I'll be asking Bournemouth why, because come to think about, nothing to lose, but you are. Anyway, it's the game. But it's good to be here. There's still hope. I went yesterday and I reflected on everything, and I did tell myself that there is still hope for Arsenal. As far as there is life, there is hope. So Arsenal can definitely, they still sit on top of the table prior to what Manchester City will do later on today against Chelsea at Stamford Bridge. It could still turn to Arsenal's favour. There is every possibility for that. But actions are all over Europe, as well as actions being expected right here in the Nigerian Premier Football League. It's just the time. This period is what we always love, and the period where we don't love is towards the midpoint of the year, called that the July-August period where football stops. It's like the world stops rotating, and there's the World Cup, for this particular year, but that week in, weekend, and weekend in, weekend out that European club side football as well as Nigerian club side football gives to us won't be there. The World Cup is you at some point you begin to look at one game and you hope that another one comes maybe after 2 days or 3 days, but football will always continue. That's one thing I always console myself with. But it's good to be here with you, Wallace. Let's get it on.
We still have Benjamin Mina. Benjamin, good afternoon to you.
Good afternoon to you, Ovie. Good afternoon to our listeners. Good afternoon to the guys in the studio. It's a wet Sunday, but one thing is that we are here to keep you warm. that's what we are here to do. You can see that be it no matter what the weather is or look like, is it hot, we are going to keep you warm. We are going to keep you cold. But if it's cold, we are going to keep you warm. That's what the show is. And at some point, we are going to be introducing you at some point when you call into the show and drop your WhatsApp and SMS on the portals there. So it promises to be a very good show.
Yes, it promises to be a good show. And you heard his voice during the first half. That was Henry Ogugu, the engineer in the world of sports. Henry, good afternoon to you once again. Just say hi.
Good afternoon, Ovie. And good afternoon to our listeners and to my colleagues. Great to be here and still here.
You two the overdo. I said say hi.
Hi.
Simple. Say hi.
No. I wanted to get 105 over 100.
All right. As you've heard, Benjamin, you can join us via the feedback platforms. For the SMS and the WhatsApp portal, it is 0701 933 9962. I'll call it once again, 0701 933 9962. For the phone line, 0810 9510 951. So without much to do left, let's get on with the show. Top of the league and in charge of the title race, only to fade away and be pipped at the post. Arsenal have been there before, but 9 points clear after 32 games played and still failing to win the league. No team in Premier League history has capitulated to that extent. Could Mikel Arteta's side really be the first to throw it away from that position? After back-to-back draws for nearest rivals Manchester City, along with a 4-game winning streak for the Gunners, many were beginning to assume Arsenal's 22-year wait for the Premier League title was finally set to end. Saturday's just turning 2-1 home defeat by Bournemouth, however, has once again left the door ajar for Pep Guardiola's side, who have 2 games in hand on the Gunners. Former Newcastle and England forward Alan Shearer said they could blow it all playing like that when speaking on a match day. They were poor in every department, no energy, flat. They looked very, very nervous. The whole place seemed nervous as they haven't won it for so long. I perhaps understand, but they have got to get through that or they're going to miss out. Arteta described Arsenal's first league defeat since January as a big punch to the face and a painful day. Speaking after the match, he said, "That's what I said to the boys, and now it's about how we react to that," he added. As their next league game is at City next Sunday, and it could go a long way in deciding who holds the title at the end of the season. 9 points clear with 6 games to play, and you would have thought it was practically a done deal for Arsenal. Despite the defeat by Bournemouth, as it is with games in hand and a factor, they may not even be top by the time they next play at Emirates Stadium. If Manchester City beat Chelsea on Sunday, they will cut the gap to 6 points and would trim the deficit further if they are able to beat the Gunners next Sunday. City then travel to Burnley for their other game in hand on Wednesday, 22nd of April. Another victory in that match, providing they have been able to wipe out Arsenal's 6-goal advantage on goal difference by 10, will see Guardiola's side sit top with 5 to play. The title race does still remain in Arsenal's hand, but it is now also in Manchester City, given the game between the two next weekend. Osas, a horror show for the Gunners. Not the result, not just the result wise, but the performance too relating to that. As pressure beginning to surface within that Arsenal team, the players, the locker room, the coaches, the staff, the fans, is pressure in Emirates right now.
The pressure has always been there. It has always been there. Ever since Arsenal started shaking, I would tell you that for the very first half of the season, Arsenal looked like a well-drilled figure. It looked like a well-molded and orchestrated figure, looking like what could go all the way to clinch every title that could be clinched for this particular season. But after the December, the festivities, I won't want to say the break because the games were still on, but after that, the festivities, it looked like the year 2026 wasn't really a good one for Arsenal, because we started seeing slight declines from various ends. At one point, William Saliba wasn't at the top of his game any longer. We had injuries. Arsenal had injuries coming in from the likes of Gabriel Magalhaes, had injuries coming in from Bukayo Saka, also had injuries coming in from the captain of the side, Martin Odegaard. So much did happen. Even Iberichi is just returning. We had Gabriel Martinelli at some point. Kai Havertz was out for a long while, came back, and when he came back, it looked like, okay, there's going to be a breath of fresh air, but fine, it didn't really happen. So Arsenal has been going through a lot since the start of the year, and they've just been trying to patch things up here and there, trying to hold on to at least a very favorable lead that had been established from the very first half of the season. But you know that these things don't happen this way, especially in the English Premier League. The English Premier League is highly competitive. When I mean highly competitive, I mean highly competitive, and it would require you to be at the top of your game all the time. It will require you to hold on to or hold grip to the position where you stand with both hands, and it's looking like that's not the case for Arsenal. They are losing it day by day as the clock continues to tick. Arsenal continues to lose grip of the English Premier League title, and no thanks to the fact that they've got shaky legs because of the persons right behind them, or the team right behind them, being Manchester City. Manchester City are running on 7 cylinders right now, not just 6. They are running with everything that they have within them. And you know, when you are right in front and you have your competitor, you have someone behind you coming with so much vigor, it affects your stability. Yeah, if you're part of the F1 family, you understand what I'm talking about. It affects your stability. So it's one thing that at this point Mikel Arteta has failed to ring through the team. Yes, I don't know how he was supposed to do that, but he was supposed to do something. The team is falling like a pack of cards right now. You can see that team, the drive isn't there, the motivation isn't there, the players are not playing like their lives depends on whatever outcome this season has to offer. So it's just a pathetic story. It's just it's something not too palatable to take through right now, because an Arsenal that has run through from the beginning of the season, and you have just about 5 games to the end of the season, and there would now be that switch. I don't think there's anybody that would ever believe in Arsenal again. I don't think there is anybody that will ever believe in Arsenal. I think this is the closest they've come to in winning the league in the last 10 years. It's the closest they've come to. I can remember about that was three seasons ago or 4 seasons ago. They lost it 3 seasons ago. They lost it to Manchester City at the nick of it. I won't forget the Aston Villa bashing that opened the door to that exchange of power. But that wasn't they didn't go as far as this. They didn't go as far as this. This term was totally different in terms of the number of games Arsenal had sitting on the top right from the blast of the whistle for the season to the kind of players that have been put together. Before the start of the season, the talks were there. Arsenal are the ones doing the right thing, the transfer market. At some point, they've gotten every requirement in every position. Arsenal can go as far as having a team B come up and contest. But what's happening now? The question is for Mikel Arteta, is not for you anyway. Has he, what I'm asking right now is, has he been able to use judiciously and profitably all the tools given to him? Is it a function of Arteta not handling this team with a big mind, or is it a function of the players are just divided pieces, not fusing? These two questions continue to run through my mind, but for me, trying to find an answer to it, I think Arteta has not done. He has a huge blame to take, because a manager who has been schooled by the best, I expected him to do even more. What happened to the period when everyone started clamoring and crying that Arsenal were not getting the goals? That's yesterday I had to look back to that period. That's some 4-5 weeks before now. Arsenal is not getting the goals. When the set piece prowess started going down, what happened? What did Mikel Arteta do? Did he ring in changes? Rather, he was very adamant, always in support of his playing style and the way the team is going. I expected at that moment we would start seeing some tactical changes coming from Mikel Arteta, but the Arsenal then and the Arsenal now still remain the same, finding it difficult to break down defenses through the center. They don't go at defense. They go away from defense and try to cross the ball in and see if it was very obvious yesterday, very clear. Arsenal doesn't make central approaches. It's very difficult before you see Arsenal make approaches through the center. If you look at Manchester City, on the other hand, Manchester City breaks you to powder through the center. You see what Ryan Cherki does, looking for and finding Erling Haaland when he makes those runs. Absolutely brilliant. Bernardo Silva does the same thing. Absolutely brilliant. Because sometimes you come up against teams that have very well drilled defenders that keep you very busy in the air. How do you go about it? Now, if you watch the Arsenal setup, they have been understudied. And that's the reason why the set pieces are not working. The crosses in swingers are not working. So what do you do as a manager? He hasn't done that for Mikel Arteta. He hasn't done that. It's still the same old Arsenal setup coming up and hoping that maybe today we can get 1 or 2 goals via set piece and seal the game with a win. They are not convincing. Arsenal at the beginning of the season were at least convincing to a level. When I mean to a level, they get the goals from set pieces and they hold on to it and see it off. But these days, I can bet you, I can beat my chest to say that even when Arsenal comes up against Ikorodu City or Kun Kalifat, they will concede. And that's not what a champion should be. That's not what a champion should be. Look at the results of matches Arsenal has played of recent. There is one thing that goes through in more than 80% of all the games. Arsenal must concede. It wasn't like that at the beginning of the season. What's happening to the defensive pairing of William Saliba and Gabriel Magalhaes? They are back. They are together. It's not as if injury has riddled that defense line. They are back and they are together. So why are they not keeping it clean? Because at least if they can keep it clean, 50% of the problem is done and dusted. Yesterday, if they could keep it clean, They won't concede some of the goals. The both goals were goals that could have been kept out. Yes. The first goal, very clear. I think that was Martin Zubimendi who lost that ball, which was now thrown into the 18-yard box, and that was Kropi who got that goal there. And the second goal was the same thing, just a sleeping defense, and there was a through pass through the middle that tore the defense apart. Ball watching Zubimendi, ball watching Declan Rice, ball watching William Saliba. Gabriel was the only one who made an effort in that second for that second goal, though he was far away from the pass and the man. So I don't know. For us now, seems prayers have to be made. First off, prayers to see that Arsenal stays alive till the end of the season. Let's see if maybe it gets to the point where goal differences or maybe 1 point we just separate and they just win this one and go and rest. It has been too much of an ache right now. I could see disappointed fans yesterday going home even before the end of the game, and you could read it on their faces. They've been asking, how would it be after this season if Arsenal fails to win the league this season? Some will be asking, are we going to... It's 22 years, 23 years now. In 7 years, they will do what Liverpool did. And how possible can Arsenal come back? And because I feel if they don't get it this season, it's going to be difficult to. From next season, teams will rebuild. Those who have gotten players, they will fuse in, they will mature in their various positions. Chelsea will not be the Chelsea you're seeing now. These guys will get mature. Liverpool will have their new signings come of age. Manchester City will definitely improve on their squad quality. So it will be difficult, even more difficult next season than this season. But it is what it is. Football would always go through whether Arsenal wins a trophy or Arsenal doesn't win a trophy.
Henry, now let's take a look at that match yesterday. What really went wrong for Arsenal in that match against Bournemouth? Was it the defense? Was it the attack? Was it the setup that Mikel Arteta tried doing?
When your goalkeeper completes the most passes in a team, then there's something fundamentally wrong. David Raya completed the most passes. Arsenal were literally just passing the ball amongst their backline or within their backline. That is it. It's as simple as that. There's no too much talk, and this is what I've been complaining about since the beginning of the season, and we saw it in full-blown fashion yesterday. Arsenal have no bite going forward. If it's not a set piece, they struggle to create. They struggle to create clear-cut chances for Gyökeres or for their strikers or for any of the forwards to feed off. Bukayo Saka is restricted. You don't see him have any impact on game, although he didn't play yesterday on games, although he didn't play yesterday. Madueke, it just felt poor. Arsenal were poor going forward. They passed the ball amongst themselves at the back. Raya completed the most passes in the team yesterday. So that shows you that something is not right. That performance was so poor and it wasn't right. And this is a Bournemouth side that are very open and easy to play through. Liverpool are poor attacking wise, but they scored 2 against Bournemouth. Like Bournemouth are so easy to actually play through, but Arsenal could not do that yesterday. Arteta needs to change the mentality of this thing. They have to go and attack teams if they want to win the league this period, because the Premier League isn't an easy place to actually go and you just want to sit back and just lay back and wait for people to come. And they have to go. They have to take the initiative. You're the big team. That's why you're Arsenal. You have to take the initiative. You can't be playing this rubbish we're seeing and expect to go and win the league. It's sad that I might end up swallowing my words, because I said here that Arsenal will win the Premier League title on that same mic you're sitting down, or that same chair you're sitting down on right now. But it's baffling when you see performances like what they put up yesterday. You now start asking yourself, can they or will they actually do it at the end of the day? You start having a lot of doubts about Arsenal's ability to do anything, because that performance yesterday was shambolic. You cannot play such a game, a game that could potentially decide the title for you, and you cannot string passes together going forward. You cannot create clear-cut chances going forward. Arsenal was shambolic, and truth be told, I don't know if they can actually turn things around or turn the season around. But honestly, it was poor. It was honestly very poor from Arsenal. They have to find a way to start creating. It's as simple as that. They have to find a way to be more explosive. They have to find a way to create chance from open
I remember
play.
during the start of the season when we were talking about the set piece, you exactly said they wouldn't be able to sustain it. And we are getting into the run, we could see the set pieces are reducing. They had lots of corners against Bournemouth. They were not able to convert it.
People go notice. That's the thing. And that's why I say that eventually they cannot keep this up. They cannot keep this up because teams will take notice and teams will prey on it. Teams will start setting up themselves in order to be able to deal with the set pieces. But when it's about tactical fluidity, when the game is in open play, it's much more difficult to set up your team in a way. It's just like everybody knows what to expect from PSG, especially in the Champions League. But go and stop them. We know the damage Bayern Munich will cause in open play, but go and stop them. It's very hard. But set pieces, I can just look at how you make your movement, how you make your and bring up it, and I'm done. I've done it, and that's what everybody has done. It's now easy. In fact, they haven't using set pieces to score Arsenal these days. As funny as it sounds, and in the open play, they are not even. Sporting should have won them. Southampton deservedly beats them. Man City deservedly beats them. Bournemouth deservedly beat them yesterday as well. So it doesn't look good at this point in time. And I said it at the beginning of the season. Arsenal fans came for my head. I said this thing cannot be sustained. If they win the league, even if they win the league, next season they cannot defend their title playing like this. It cannot, and it will never happen. So something has to change from now to the end of the season. But the problem is that it's too late. Players are often gassed out. You want to start imputing or embedding a new philosophy at this point in the season with 6 games to go. It can't happen. Arsenal will just have to manage with this till the end of the season. Whether that will be enough to win the league or not, time will tell. But it is dire and it is bad. It's as simple as that.
All right, Benjamin, now the next game for Arsenal is City. How do you approach that game, knowing that the last game against City was in the FA Cup final, and City, ran riots in that match, outplayed Arsenal in that match, and how key would the Gunners not losing at the Etihad help close out a title they have a hand on already?
Well, at this point in time, I think Mikel Arteta is not doing himself very well. Look at this in the course of the season. Before now, look at the games that he has lost or he has drawn. Especially the game against City. That game, if he had played an attacking game, both halves, he should have won that game. The game against Liverpool that he lost at Anfield, if he had played an attacking game in those 2 games, he should have won or gotten something out of it. Now, the game against Bournemouth yesterday, David Raya had over 38 passes, 38 touches. Balls were going to the back, keep sending the balls backward. And when you're playing, when the keeper starts having more of the ball than the offensive players, then there's an issue. It becomes a problem because you're inviting the pressure, to your own end of the half. So I feel that if you want to win games, I keep saying these things. If you want to win games, attack. Because the more you attack, the more the opponents are prone to making mistakes. But if you decide to sit deep, you're giving them the opportunity to win the first and second balls. They'll be thinking. You're giving them time on the ball to think. So for me, as much as Arteta wants to defend, he should be attacking. He has got the firepower. It's not as though what's his name? What's his name? Martinelli is injured. It's not as though Martinelli is injured. It's not as though what's his name? Saka is injured. It's not as though what's his name? The other guy, Madueke, is injured. You've got the firepower. So why are you going to defend? The man is over relying on his defense. And I think it's not good for a team that wants to go to the title or to go get the title. It's not. I don't think that it's good at all. Go for what you go for glory. Go for risk. Sometimes here they say there's no risk, no reward. Go for it. You should be able to learn how to take risk. So that game against City, for me, I think Arteta, go and attack City. City has got City no get defense. Go and attack City, you can get something out of it. But when you keep defending, you know City will press you. They'll press your neck and bring out blood from your mouth. So for me, you should attack that game when it gets to is it Etihad? At Etihad. So attack and get something out of the game. Because if he gets to lose that game, he's done and dusted for Arsenal. Trust me.
All right, this one's for the fans, this one's for the callers. If Mikel Arteta fails to bring home the trophy, should this be his last season at Arsenal? Because questions are going to come up. People are going to start questioning his managerial capabilities. Should this be his last season at Arsenal? And would it be much to the struggles of the players or their current form? Is it due to struggles of the players or due to Mikel Arteta's playing pattern? Henry, you're about to say something.
If it's me, I'm the one to make the decision, he'll be sacked. If we don't win the title, if we don't win the Premier League or Champions League this season, he'll be sacked. If it's me. I'm tempted to want to give him another chance. No doubt, but what other room do I have to leverage on for him to actually say you can still do it? Because 4 years in a row, you've had. Okay, let's leave the one last season. Even at the point last season, they were topping before Liverpool usurped them and just went all the way from there, and Arsenal couldn't keep up again. The first time, we could make an excuse. The squad was still quite young then. They didn't. The second time, you should have managed the game against, what's his name? Aston Villa at the Emirates. You lost 2-0 and bam, the rest was history. You lost out to City on the final day. Last season, let's just leave that. It wasn't the best performance from the side all rounded. This season, you made all the signings from Madueke to Ebere Chieze to Victor Gyökeres to Christian Mosquera to Piero Nkape, Kepa, go on and on, Zubimendi. You signed everybody. I signed all those things that are giving me sort of ugly football. And you don't end up winning the league. My friend, I'll use Kane and chase you away. I'm being serious because, I mean, what other 4 years, we've given you full support and everything. You've supposedly built that team in your image. And you're throwing away title races every time. Sorry, you've reached the ceiling where you can reach with this Arsenal side. I'm not saying you cannot go to another team in the Premier League and not win the Premier League title. He could still do that. But with this Arsenal team, he's probably reached the ceiling with them. If he doesn't win it, even if he wins it this season, if it's me and I'm the one, I'm Arteta, I might even decide to call it quits. Because what else can he? Because my mind is not about. It's the way they are playing this season that's my biggest issue. Because it's appalling, it's horrible. I've been saying it from the beginning of the season. It's horrible.
The issue here is that Arsenal before
the season, over the point of it or time in a season, people will find you out. It's normal, no matter how flashy or this thing you are, but there's a certain level of attacking quality you will possess, and the constant attacking pressure, you will get the result. Arsenal has the quality to get results if they are playing with a lot of attacking flair, but they are not playing with that. So basically, if Arteta doesn't win any of the two trophies now that he's in the running for the Premier League or the Champions League, then if it's me, I will sack him. Because you've reached the ceiling. You can't do any more for me. Is it next season you actually win it? Because City will still be there. Liverpool definitely will wake up, whether Slot is there or not. They will wake up. They will definitely wake up. Whether Slot is there, they have a way of always. Even on that club, they had a way of always having one very bad season, then the next season they put themselves in the running again. Klopp had 2 bad seasons, didn't he? The next season, his first bad season, he took an Alisson header against West Brom to help them qualify for the Champions League. The next season, they finished a point behind City in the Premier League title race. He had a bad season. He finished 5th and qualified for the Europa League. The next season, he was in the title race to the final 8 games of the season before he dropped out. He lost the title. He finished off top spot City by only about 8 points and finished 3rd in the league. So he always found a way, or Liverpool have always found a way to put themselves back in into the running or in contention the next season after having a poor season. And I won't put it out of place that they will do such again next season, whether it's slot or not, that is there next season. So you can't write out Man City, you can't write out Liverpool. Do you tell what United and Chelsea will actually bring forward or bring up next season? Aston Villa will always be a stubborn side that will be in and around there, that will make things very difficult for teams. Let's not talk about the others difficult or stubborn sides in the Premier League. Usually Eddie Howe at Newcastle, he does well qualify for the Champions League this season. Next season he does horribly. Then the next season he qualifies for the Champions League again. That's been Eddie Howe at Newcastle. So as they're about to finish 10th or 9th this season, expect them to probably qualify for the Champions League again next season, because they don't have the distraction of European football. And it looks like the owners want to really seriously invest into the squad during the summer. They want to sell a big name and invest more into the squad. So what is the guarantee that you will win the Premier League title next season? And for the fact that it's not making it look like Man City is the only team in England. If it's not Liverpool, nobody else can stop Man City. That's what it's basically looking like. I mean, since 2017, no, since 20 who won the league in 2017? That was 2017 was 2018 was actually Man City, right? 2018 was actually Man City. Was 2017 Man City? Yeah, 2017 was. Are you sure 2017 was actually Man City? That was 100 points, right?
Yes, 2017,
2018, 2019. In the last 9 years, in the last 10 years, or the last 9 years, it's only City and Liverpool that have won the English Premier League title. And City has been the dominant one. So it's just making it look like outside these two, none of you are serious. And Arsenal is showing us that they are not serious. They don't want to touch the Premier League trophy, because even a side, as much as you want to say Arteta, the players, you want to win the English Premier League title. You stepped onto the pitch of your home ground at the Emirates against Bournemouth and you couldn't develop or put forward the character necessary for you to win such a game. Then you don't deserve to be called champions. As much as I applaud Arteta here, I can blame Arteta left, right, and center. I'll still put a lot of blame on the table of the players, because they have disappointed and failed the man where he needs it the most. Because sometimes the players need to step up. The coach can do the most he can do, he will do the best he can, but the players need to step up and show enough character that they can actually win the English Premier League title. But the players, or Arsenal players, didn't show that yesterday. And that's a big and fundamental problem. People are saying Arsenal are butlers. Must you listen to the outside noise? Must you listen to the outside noise? Do you have to listen to that? So I think the club or the players themselves, they have a big and fundamental problem. And there's that mental block. I don't know if they can get it out of their head before the season runs out and try and win the English Premier League title.
All right, well, let's leave Arsenal, head over to Liverpool. Last or yesterday, 2 or 4 they had in the match against Fulham, 2-0 against Fulham. That was Rio Ngomoa getting his first goal at Anfield and Mohamed Salah getting his 108th goal at Anfield. And now, people are actually bringing the question, Rio Ngomoa, the spark the man has brought, should he be getting more minutes in the Liverpool setup, especially with what could be happening next season? The man has brought a new vibe, a new face to the Liverpool setup. Benjamin, should the man be getting more minutes?
Yeah, I think he should. Numbers don't lie. The man has been very effective whenever he comes into the setup as, be it as a starter or as, as a substitute player. The man has been very, I think, okay, someone posted something.
Man of the match.
Yes.
Performances in his street.
FA Cup against Wolves. Yesterday's Premier League game against Fulham. And then when was that? I think on one of the games too. So I think it was against Newcastle early part of the season. So I feel that these players have what it takes. This player especially have what it takes to get to the top. So it's just that the manager is limiting him. Yeah, sometimes I understand the fact that he's a teenager, so you'd want to you don't want to load him with games early enough in his career so he doesn't get injured, likes of Michael Owen and co, the same issues and all that. But I feel that the team is not doing well, so we should, or the coach should be able to, do the needful. Cody Gakpo have not been very decent, truth be told, he hasn't been decent. And the manager keeps playing Cody Gakpo. Someone posted something and said that Rio Ngomoha played very well, but he was putting the picture of Anslot saying that Rio Ngomoha played very well, but he still feels that Cody Gakpo is the man of the match, But the man, people tend to say that he's the son of, or he's the father of Cody Gakpo, that's why he keeps playing him and all that. But again, I think the manager knows, he trains with these players. He knows maybe he's seeing what we are not seeing. But from my end, I feel that Rio Ngomoha should be starting games ahead of Cody Gakpo. It shows yesterday. The man was dazzling. Even the game against Wolves was a thorn in the flesh of these players. Against Tottenham, it was a thorn in the flesh of this player. Against, what's his name now? The right back of Tottenham. I've forgotten. Yeah, Pedro Porro. When he was substituted, Pedro Porro was, you can see the breath the man took, So I feel that the man should be starting games. It's very obvious that man like this should be starting games. And
they play Paris Saint-Germain next in the Champions League.
Yeah.
Would you put him?
He should be starting
to start in that match against.
He should
Paris
be starting. He should be starting that game himself. Joe Gomez should be starting, Andrew Robertson should be starting too. These are players that could actually make that difference. So I feel that these players should be starting. But I don't know what the manager is. That is why I said most times the manager is devoid of ideas at this point, because you can't. These players are not performing. Milos Kekes is not performing. You keep playing him. Cody Gakpo is not performing. You keep playing him. Is it that we are not seeing the same thing that the manager is seeing, or the manager is not seeing what we are seeing? It's something that gives me it's something of concern. But at the end of the day, I feel that these three players should be starting. Rio Ngomoha should be starting. What's his name? Jody Gomez should be starting, and what's his name now? The last person, Andy Robertson too, should be starting that game.
Right now, Osas, most selection headache for slots with Isaac and Ekitike fit with and the midfield trio all available alongside Mo Salah. What changes would slot effect to give them a slimmer of hope against Paris Saint-Germain and potentially still salvage the only cup they have a chance of winning this season?
I think he needs to ring in an attacking approach. Yeah, he was more conservative at the Parc of the Prince, obviously, because he didn't want the bag of goals right there. He's playing away from home. But this is at Anfield. At Anfield, provides you a cushion, provides you a very fertile ground for you to go out and explore. So I think he should explore at this point. He should get players who could carve open the PSG defense, players who could give the PSG defense some worries, because when that happens, it will also impact on their offensive play. Yes, it will impact on their offensive play. They would not have the freedom to be very offensive. So I think that is what Ancelotti should do at this point. It's going to be a very high mountain to climb. It will be a huge one right there at Anfield. But there is every possibility that with the right set of players, that could be done. Looking clearly, Benjamin has stated it. Rio Ngomoha should be given his time to come in. But I just hope that such a game will not overweight or be too weighty on the young man, because it's the UEFA Champions League. But as he comes in, he should also be backed up by players who could help get the ball rolling very well for him. So I think Ancelotti should bring what we call an attacking approach. He shouldn't hold anything back against Paris Saint-Germain. because after all, you're down. You're down. So there is nothing to hold back. Go out there, pour out your attacking strength. With that, as I said before, you keep the Parisians at bay when they come into the 18-yard box of the Liverpool half of the field. So they would be destabilized. Just keep them very much at that and don't allow the Parisians play their game, else Liverpool will be out. It's very, very much turnable. That game could be won on Tuesday when both teams come up against each other.
Well, Crystal Palace might have just won the game against Newcastle with a penalty deep into added time. That was Philip Mateta getting that one into the net. Ramsdale just close, but because just couldn't save the ball. And it's a Sunderland 1-up against Tottenham. And the losses continue. Robert De Zerbi's first game in charge. It does not look like this man is going to be saving this team anytime soon. They're deep into relegation zone after West Ham's last win.
Are you expecting him to save anybody?
I feel that Tottenham will not be relegated.
Well, we'll see about that. Crystal Palace 2-1 against Newcastle United. Nottingham Forest and Aston Villa still playing out to 1-1 draw. Sunderland is still 1-up against Tottenham Hotspur. Just 1 minute of added time into that fixture. In the Spanish La Liga is Mallorca against Rayo Vallecano, 1-0 in favour of Mallorca. In the German Bundesliga, 60 minutes on the clock. FC Cologne against Werder Bremen, 1-0. In the Italian Serie A, Parma are holding on to that draw against Napoli. It's 1-0 at that centre, 4 minutes of added time. Okay, the match between Napoli and Parma is done and dusted, with Parma holding Napoli and securing just 1 point. And guys, the big games with big implications today. Chelsea against Manchester City. How do you guys see that playing out? For City, it's a chance to cut the gap down or to 3 points. And for Chelsea, a chance to get into a Champions League spot. There's 5 spots there. Liverpool are currently 5th with 52 points. Chelsea 6th with 48 points. Do we see the fortunes changing? Can City capitalize on Arsenal blinking and getting that, closing the gap? Or can Chelsea prove stubborn once again and get those 3 points from City? Let's start with yours, As. How do you see that match turning out?
I think it's going to be a difficult one for City. Yeah, any game that you see between now and the end of the season is not going to be an easy one. It's not going to be a walk in the park. So I think it's going to be a difficult one for City. City would not be having it easy with Chelsea, because Chelsea are in the run-ins for a UEFA Champions League qualification, and also they've got pride to salvage. They've got pride to keep when that happens. So I think at this point, City still has a chance of closing the gap. They still have a very, very favourable chance of winning that encounter. But even if they do, it's going to be just by a very slim margin. Don't expect City to blow off Chelsea. That's at Stamford Bridge. It won't happen. Don't expect City to blow off Chelsea. Every Arsenal faithful will be praying that Chelsea stands their ground today against Manchester City, but it might not go that way, because Manchester City are definitely hungry right now. They're going to be coming out with all that they've got, because it's now or never. If they can get each win they get when Arsenal doesn't extend the gap, is dragging them closer to winning the English Premier League title. So I think it's going to be a difficult one, but City might just find a way to get all 3 points.
How do you see, what's the scoreline for you?
1-0
in favor of City.
In favor of
Henry too, likewise, it could be City getting all 3 points. How do you see the scoreline? How do you see that match turning out?
I think City is going to win.
City is going to win. I don't know what the scoreline will be. City will win, but I don't know. It just feels like these are the sort of games Chelsea can wake up sometimes and cause some little issues. But I think City are going to win this one definitely.
Benjamin, likewise as well.
But if I say City will win, Chelsea will go and win. So Chelsea will win, so that City will win. That's my prediction.
All right.
3-1.
All right. 08109510951 0701933996. So let's see if we can take a few more calls before we head over to talk some German Bundesliga and Spanish La Liga. Matches today, Chelsea against City. Chelsea fans, which would you prefer? Arsenal bottle the title and you give City 3 points to close the gap, or you get 3 points and try and fight for a spot in the Champions League. 0810951091. That is for the full lines. For the SMS and the WhatsApp, or to 0701-933-9962. And also Arsenal, after their loss yesterday, what should happen if they do lose the title? Keep Arteta or sack them out? Well, that would be another discussion maybe when the season, we've got a match or two before the season. By then, we'll know who sits atop the table. 0810951091. Hello, caller. Good evening.
Hello.
Hello. Good afternoon.
This is Mazi Ogademo on the line.
All right, Mazi, give us your thoughts.
Okay. Everybody's running his own race, right? Everybody's running his own race.
Yes, everyone's running their own race, yeah.
So, Chelsea will win. So, nothing like giving Man City this or Arsenal. We are running our own race. So, we are winning 2-0.
Right, Mazi. All right, Mazi, thank you. 0810951091 0701933996. I was watching an interview. They asked Chelsea fans the same question. They came around the streets asking Chelsea fans, and out of like 10, only 2 were of the opinion that Chelsea should win. The rest were like, what's the use? Even if we beat City, we still won't get that 5th spot. We'll just be 1 point behind Liverpool. They would prefer City take those points. But if you're a real Chelsea fan, you know you want to win. Hello, caller. Good afternoon. Kabulu Barry.
Yeah, I agree with you guys in here.
Great.
In the first place, Chelsea people make them no contact say they go lose to Man City, so that Man City go catch up on Arsenal. If they no go feel win Man City, make them just talk say they no feel win Man City, so that we will know say na say be. Then for Liverpool and Anslot na man when I say that man he no get heart. Yes, he no get big heart because if you want to become a big coach, you got to get strong heart. You have to use what you get to get what you want. Because like that Ngomoya, even from when the season starts, Gakpo they play well and if they continue to use that. Grabbing bread, they play well and if they continue to use that. Konate, they play well and if they continue to use all those players. If na coach really get big heart, some of those players, I think for don't carry like French player from bench, then go do what he want for that pitch. Then he go get more players. And slot, jogging club, he get super soft. Anytime we see first player, they know to do well, he go carry them from bench, then go give them result what he want. Now coach will get big heart like I did as slot.
All right, Kabalo Barry, my colleague has got a question for you.
Yes.
Kablo Barry, good evening.
Good evening.
Yes, this is Benjamin. Now, do you think that, you remember the 4-0 bashing against Barcelona at Anfield, right? You remember?
Yeah.
Do you think Anslot have the heart to bring in the Frink players just like Jurgen Klopp did, without Salah, without Mane, and the players could pull a stunt and beat Paris Saint-Germain?
Now we try to talk about it that you know get that kind of heart. And if you're a coach, then if you get that kind of heart, you cannot be a big coach because you cannot take risks. And that is the problem of Arteta.
All right, thank you.
Yes,
all right.
Arteta, now see that same player where Arteta did, Arteta not get big heart. Arteta do this year. If not with the player, we Ateta not supposed to be here again.
All right.
With him, I see from Ateta, they say, Akino be winning any big trophy as a player. He no get mentality of winning. Might be the problem we get up. But like our ball on Tuesday with that Paris Saint-Germain, if not like me, Konate, for no play that ball from the heart of that defense. If I for use them like side two, now Gomez and Van Dijk, now for use play that that center defense. Then I will use Robinson, make him play that three. That will go more for start.
All right, Kabla Barry, we need to take more calls.
Yeah, thank you.
All right, no problem. 08109510951 and 0701933962 for the phone lines and the SMS port 2. And Ernest from Uji from the WhatsApp portal says, Osas don't expect Chelsea to beat Leeds in the FA Cup, but expect Chelsea to do something today against City, Lord. We all Chelsea fans will be celebrating Haaland hat-trick today at full time. Nothing for Osas and Somto this season. Osas, you got a response?
I don't have any response. What do I do? I can't say anything to anybody. Arsenal cause this one.
0810-951-0951 for the SMS and the WhatsApp portal is 0701-933-9962. And it's full time right there at the Stadium of Light. Sunderland getting all 3 points against Spurs. Spurs is 2 points behind West Ham on the relegation zone. They sit 18th. Above Burnley, you've got 20 and Wolves. It can be all confirmed that Burnley and Wolves will be going down, but it's between Spurs, West Ham, Nottingham Forest, and Leeds, and it does not look like Tottenham fortunes are going to change anytime soon. Osas.
I think Tottenham Hotspur are condemned to be relegated this season. It's going to be a pity, a huge one, because a team like Tottenham Hotspur, who have remained in the English Premier League for a very long time and also pushed so hard. In fact, last season Tottenham Hotspur were the winners of the UEFA Europa League, beating Manchester United in the finals. How do you come back and go on relegation the season after becoming a champion in Europe? It's the same question I would like to ask Remo Stars at this point. I don't know what they share, both of them, but it's just a failed state, I would say, at Tottenham Hotspur right now. For a team like Tottenham Hotspur, not expected at all to be in the relegation battle, let alone being confirmed that they will be going on relegation. It's a pity, and I just hope that Tottenham will be able to find a way to return back, because it's quite clear that with the situation of things, if they go on relegation, they will lose a lot of their first team players, and with that, Tottenham becomes almost same as other championship sides like Norwich, Coventry, Birmingham City, Middlesbrough, and the likes. So it's going to be, this might be a turning point in the fortunes of Tottenham Hotspur. Two things are expected. They could come back stronger and better, or they could just sink into it, and we forget that Tottenham was once an EPL side that contested for qualifications in the UEFA Champions League. Leeds United were that strong. Blackburn Rovers were that strong in the 90s.
I'm coming. Let me just cut you off and get a score. Hello, good evening. Or good afternoon. All right, yes, give us your thoughts.
Please, I want you to help me and correct people when they say they or we Chelsea fans. The person should speak for himself. You shouldn't be generalizing and say we Chelsea fans. No. Help me and correct them. Whenever they make such decisions, correct them. They should speak for themselves, not when you say we Chelsea fans. No. How can Chelsea fans be celebrating Chelsea a lot? No.
All right, Mercy. All right, 08109 510951 SMS and the WhatsApp portal 0701 9339962. Ernest from Woji continues, says, if Spurs go down and Arsenal don't win the league, who will be the biggest joke in North London? Right now, we leave the English Premier League and head over to the Spanish La Liga. And guys, yesterday it was Barcelona 4-1 against Espanyol. 9 points clear at the top against Real Madrid. And people are asking, are Barca running away with the league title? Madrid don't seem to be functioning at all. And for Madrid, is Mbappe the cause of the problem since joining the team? We had the same problem in Paris Saint-Germain, and since coming to Real Madrid, he seems to be he's getting the goals, he's scoring, but people still say he's the problem in the team. What do you think, Benjamin?
I don't think the young man is a problem because he's been scoring goals, he's been delivering. I just feel that the problem started from sacking Xabi Alonso. I think he wasn't given much time. That's the thing. If he had had much time or been given much time, I feel he would get used to the players, get familiar with the players, and just maybe better the fortunes of the club. But Florentino Perez wasn't patient, with what Xabi Alonso was doing, especially losing to Barcelona. So I just feel that that's where the whole thing started from. So Kylian Mbappe is never the problem of Real Madrid because he's been delivering. If he has had goal drafts, then we'll say, okay, that's the reason why he's the problem. He's not been scoring goals. But the man has been doing his best. He's been scoring. He's been delivering. It's about the other players stepping up and, taking the bull by the horn to get result. That's it for me because I feel the other players are not doing much. They are not doing much in any way. To Vinicius Junior, he's not been having the best of time. In terms of his performance at Real Madrid this past few months. He's not been that player that we used to know that could light up the league, or his performance could light up the Champions League. Possibly, I feel that bringing Kylian Mbappe has shifted the limelight from him. But I just feel that these players need to step up. Jude Bellingham, the likes of Jude Bellingham and Co needs to step up. It's not about saying this. It's about these players not. No, I feel that these players are not stepping up enough. Kylian Mbappe is not the issue. The man, he delivers. He scores. If he's not scoring, then we could look at it and say, okay, he's not scoring goals. That's why. But the man is scoring goals, so he's not a problem.
Is there still a chance for silverware for Real Madrid this season, Osas? The Champions League, they are behind Bayern Munich. And Bayern Munich look to control that game. And so far, they failed to win for the third time in a row in the Spanish La Liga. No Copa del Rey, no Spanish Super Cup. It's just the Champions League. And that looks to be slipping from them. And in the Spanish La Liga as well, too, it looks to be slipping from them as well.
I think for this season, Real Madrid might go trophyless. I'm pretty sure about that. If maybe they were not up against Bayern Munich, then I would have said they could turn it around. Yeah, Real Madrid are the most successful side in the UEFA Champions League. They've got a very big image, a very big personality in the UEFA Champions League, but not against the Bayern Munich. Bayern Munich are as quality, I won't say as big as when it has to do with Champions League pedigree, but I'll say they are as much quality as the Real Madrid side, most especially this season where Real Madrid are not as prolific as they have always been. They have had some issues within the team, a change of manager, Xabi Alonso leaving, Alvaro Arbeloa in, players chemistry no longer the way it used to be under Xabi Alonso. We had some players hold on to first team shirts. Now some changes have come into the side as a result of players who hold on to very continuous showings there for Real Madrid. So, but I think it's going to be a season where Real Madrid could reflect upon, go trophyless and think, what would we do to ensure that we don't go this way again? Because from all we have seen is a failed season for Real Madrid. Real Madrid is not that side that should be leaving the year empty-handed. At this point, it's just the UEFA Champions League, and it's very slim. Yeah, they would fight for it. I said it yesterday that anyone who thinks that Bayern Munich would just run over Real Madrid without a fight is probably not understanding what football is at this point. Real Madrid will fight for that particular one, but I don't think they've got what it takes to unseat Bayern right there in Germany. So it's going to be most likely a Real Madrid stepping out of the UEFA Champions League, and that will bring an end to any hopes of winning a trophy this season, because for the Spanish La Liga, I think it's done and dusted by Barcelona with that particular one.
Benjamin, back-to-back seasons, no trophy, 3 managers. It started off with Carlo Ancelotti, then Xabi Alonso, now Abela, and still nothing to show for it. Could it? They've got, as you say, the best players in the world: Kylian Mbappe, Rodrigo. They've added Trent Alexander-Arnold. Dean Huijsen has been a big player into that team. They've got Federico Valverde, Jude Bellingham. The list goes on, as they've called them, the Galacticos. But nothing seems to be working. Is it a manager issue? A player? There's just no cohesion when it comes to the players, or we have to start looking at the management. Maybe Perez government is not just working out. The Perez board is just not working out.
Well, you can say from Galacticos, they are now Galatasaray, if that's what you would say. But, one good thing about Real Madrid is when you think they're out of it, that's when they look like they are coming into it. But this season has never been a good season for them. It's never been a good season. It's never been rosy. Like I said earlier, the whole issue started with the sacking of Xabi Alonso. It was too early. It was too early. Yeah, managers could lose to your rival here. They could lose, but I feel that that's not the end of the whole. It's not the end of the world or for that manager. So I just feel that they are going to get better. But this season, I think they should just kiss goodbye to any plans of having silverware. I feel that they cannot overturn the 2-1 deficit, that Bayern Munich gave them in the first leg. I feel they can't overturn that. I'm not saying it can't happen, but for me, I feel that it cannot. That thought wouldn't see the light of the day, because the Bayern Munich of today is not that of few years ago. Vincent Kompany, yeah, we argued here when he took the job. We were like, he's inexperienced. He doesn't have the capability or the capacity to actually rule that, that side of the players, the ego of the players, the big players. These are World Cup winners in their own respect. Most of them. Thomas Muller was there before he left. Big players in their own right. But he has showed us that he could, take it. 76 wins since he became the coach of the side. Only Pep Guardiola has done 77 with this amount of games, and he has scored 105 goals already this season in the league. No, is it in the league? Sorry, yeah, in the league. Yeah, only in the league, 105. So it shows that the man is he's in the right direction, with the players, and we've not had any dressing room, rancor amongst players and amongst the managers and all that. So I feel that this season, for Real Madrid, they should look at rebuilding for next season. This season is over. Yeah, injury played a major part of what is happening to them. David Alaba is never fit. What's his name? Is always here and out. Ferran Mendy is injured. These are players that in their own rights are supposed to be, leaders in that team. But instead of leaders on the pitch and leaders in the dressing room, they are now the leaders in the patient's world, when it comes to injuries. So I feel that for Real Madrid, they should look at next season, possibly when a substantive coach comes in. Then when a coach is being named, a permanent coach, then maybe they could just. Are you seeing what I'm saying? they could just begin to rebuild and get the best out of it. So, but for me, I feel that this season, no way for Real Madrid, no coming back for Real Madrid. They're out of the La Liga title. They're out. They are one leg out of the Champions League. Copa del Rey is gone. The King's Cup is. They are not. They are not holding anything this season, and it's going to be shameful for. I feel that Florentino Perez should be kicking himself right now because of the decision he made too early. Raul Beloa, yeah, he's a player, he's a legend of the club, but I feel being a legend of the club does not make you a good coach. And coaching is a different ballgame entirely, from playing football. Yeah, you could have the charisma, you could have the the knowledge, but it takes one or two moves to actually checkmate that job. So for me, I feel that the job is bigger than the young man Raul Beloa. So next season, Madrid should look at next season. For this season, it's done and dusted.
All right, 08109510951 0701-933-9962. Madrid, what should be the next step for them heading into the next season? They might not win a title this season, might not win a silverware this season, but what should be the plan for next season? Keep Arbeloa or sack the man? Get a better, more experienced coach, or should they get better players? But then again, what could be better than what they've got right now? 08109510951 for the SMS and the WhatsApp portal 0701-933-9962 for Barcelona. Straight up 9 points separated them and Real Madrid. Are they running away with the title? And this season and last season, which has been better? Forget about the title, the play hasn't been better. Hello, caller, good afternoon. Please turn on the volume of your radio set.
Good afternoon.
Yes, this is.
My name is Stefan.
Yes, please turn down the volume of your radio set.
Can you hear me now?
Yes, I can hear you. Go on.
My name is Stefan.
All right, can I give us your thoughts?
See, Madrid, how many months remain for La Liga? How many months remain?
Hello?
I said, how many months remain for La Liga?
For the La Liga, we've got about 1, 2, 3, 4, 5, 6, 8 matches.
Okay, Barca is using 9 points topping Madrid. Yeah?
Yes, Barca is leading Madrid with 9 points.
9 points, no outstanding, bro.
Yes, no outstanding.
It's over with Madrid. It's over with Madrid. Madrid will not carry anything this season. But I know say by next season we will not have the whole scope next season. I'm talking about Liverpool news. I want to know Liverpool news. Do you hear me?
Liverpool news. No news about Liverpool for now.
No injury.
No injury so far.
Everywhere is come back.
No new injury.
But it's like he's fit.
Yes, he's fit. He will be available in the match against Paris Saint-Germain.
Okay. Thank you.
All right. Hello, caller. Good evening. Hello. Hello. Yes. Good evening. This is.
Onyechi.
Hello.
Hello.
Yes.
Onyechi.
Yeah, this is Onyechi. Give us your thoughts.
Huh?
Who are we speaking? This is today's Sports Live. All right, wrong call. 08109510951 for the SMS and the WhatsApp port. It's 0701-933-996. The Monte Carlo Massa is heating up. Alcaraz has taken. Sinner has taken the first set 7-6. They are into the second set. 4-3. Sinner is still winning. It's Alcaraz serving the ball 40-40. So that means anyone could be taking this set. 0810-9510951 for the SMS and the WhatsApp portal is 0709339960. So I said 8 games remain for the La Liga. Correct me, it's 7 games left to close out the Spanish La Liga. Alright guys, now we head over to Germany. And Mary Louis Eta has become the first woman appointed to manage a men's team in one of Europe's top 5 leagues after being named interim head coach of Bundesliga side Union Berlin. Her appointment until the end of the season follows the dismissal of Stefan Baumgart, whose team lost 3-1 to bottom side FC Heidenheim on Saturday. Union Berlin, who sit 11th in the 18-team Bundesliga, are 11 points clear of the automatic relegation zone with 5 matches remaining, but have only won twice in 14 league outings in 2026. Eta, who is 34, is no stranger to breaking barriers, becoming the Bundesliga's first female assistant coach, also with Union Berlin in November 2023. She debuted for then manager Nenad Bejlika, who was serving a 3-match suspension during a 1-0 win over Darmstadt in January 2024, becoming the first woman to lead the Bundesliga team from the touchline. Eta, a former Germany youth international and Women's Champions League winner with Turbine Potsdam, has been working as Union Berlin's under-19 manager since July 2025 and will become the club's women head coach in the summer. Eta's appointment comes more than 25 years after Caroline Moras became the first woman to manage the men's professional team in Europe when she joined Italian third division side Vitesse in 1999. Corinne Diarse spent 3 seasons in charge of Clermont-Foot in French Ligue 2 from 2014 to 2017, leaving the team to become head coach of the France women's team. In July 2023, Hannah Dingley became the first woman to manage a professional men's team in English football when she was appointed caretaker boss of Forest Green Rovers, although she did not lead the side in a competitive fixture. Also, that's a very good development for football, you would say. How much more do we need to see women in the men's game? And is this the start of things to come?
Very, very much accepted, very, very much welcomed at this period. We've had lots of men in the female side of things when it has to do with football. We've had men also go out there and coach the ladies. At this point, let's have the ladies also coach the guys. Let's see how it feels. So Union Berlin definitely would enjoy the partnership that they've got with Maria at this point. So let's see what she has to ring in. I hope that she does improve the situation of the club. Yeah, she does improve the situation of the club, because if that happens, then it would rub off on her CV to getting other better jobs in European football. Maybe one of these days we'd want to see a female lead a side like Real Madrid or a side like Manchester City or Liverpool to the UEFA Champions League and maybe win it. Yeah, so it's a welcome development, and I want to keep my eyes on her development with the team and see how far Union Berlin goes under her tutelage, and maybe see if she can also improve from there to take the reins at a bigger European side.
All right, before we head over to the phone lines, Chelsea versus Manchester City. And we can feel the vibes in the studio. The Monte Carlo Masters is heating up as Sina has extended his lead in the second set, 5-3, breaking Carlos Alcaraz, and right now he's serving.
Ovie, have you watched beautiful tennis made in heaven?
Yes, I'm watching it right now.
Come and see strength. See strength in service, in backhand, in forehand. This is the best two tennis players. The rest are very, very, very far. When Carlos Alcaraz serve, you know that there's energy in his service. When Sinner serve, just look at the way Sinner is responding to it. You know that, come on, he was out.
Love.
Yeah, 30 love.
I think
was
Sinner
out.
has taken this particular one.
Sinner might. Yeah.
But don't rule.
This is not where I want
See,
to
but
see
don't
him.
rule Alcaraz out of it. He might come back. Remember the final? What was that? Not Roland Garros.
It was Roland Garros.
Was it Roland Garros that he came back?
It was Roland Garros.
Yeah, exactly. Remember that final? So I feel
came back from Sinner winning with a match point. Match point.
And
so
he
it's
came
all
back
possible.
To win
You see,
that one, 5-setter.
I know in Sinner's mind he hasn't won this one. And in Carlos
No, I
Alcaraz's
think-
mind,
I think
he will
Sina
feel
has won
that
this.
Carlos
Sina has won
Alcaraz will feel that I am not done with this. I could still come back. Sina could be
what was
thinking
that?
of why.
All right,
Wonderful.
the
Come on.
match is still going on. We'll tell you the winner, and Sina loses it. It's 30-15 now. A chance for Alcaraz to mount a comeback.
Alcaraz mounts a comeback.
All right,
Sina.
Chelsea and the City, the confirmed line of Chelsea set up in a 4-2-3-1 formation. Robert Sanchez in between the sticks. Left back, we got Marco Corella finally returns to the squad after all those controversy. Jorge Lato and Wesley Fofana make up the centre back pairing. Malo Gusto on the right back position. In the midfield, we've got Moses Caicedo and Andre Santos. And the left wing, we've got Pedro Neto. Right behind the striker is Cole Palmer. Estavao takes on the right wing. While Pedro is the lone man up front. For Manchester City, they set up in a 4-1-4-1 formation. Gianluigi Donnarumma, of course. The man is right in between the sticks for the sky blue side. Magehi and Abdulkadir Kushanov are the centre-back pair. Matheus Nunes on right back. Nico O'Reilly on the left back. Rodri, the man playing in that pocket as he plays the defensive midfield position. In the midfield on the left wing, we've got Jeremy Doku, Antoine Semenyo on the right wing, and the two men in the midfield, Bernardo Silva and Ryan Cherki. And of course, who stays up front? Dan Erling Brod Haaland. For the substitutes for Chelsea on the bench is Teddy Shaman Lawi, Tosin Adaraboyo, Mamadou Sarr, Joshua Chempong, Dario Esugio, Romeo Lavia, Liam Delap, Mark Gueye, and Alejandro Garnacho. For Manchester City, James Trafford on the bench, Nathan Ake, Ryan Atnuri, Tijani Reiners, Matthew Kovacic, Nico Gonzalez, Phil Foden, Omar Mamouche, and Savinho. 0 and the match has ended. Straight sets, and you can call him, I don't know, they should do something after you win the Sunshine Double and then you win the Monte Carlo.
This is a sinner that is not a Christian, and he's supposed to be from a Christian nation, that's Italy, but he was named Sinner because the tennis world does not deserve someone that is a Christian. Ladies and gentlemen, Monte Carlo Masters winner, Yannick Sinner.
Sinner went to the Monte Carlo Master 7-6-6-3. And that second set was more of a dominance from the man. And I'm sure tomorrow morning.
I think it was a dominance
compared to the first set.
Compared to the first set, it was more dominant.
But did the first set go into tie break?
Yes.
No,
Yes, it went to tie break. Yeah, it went to tie break.
Was that 7-6 or 7-5? I was saying
No, 7-6.
7-5.
7-5.
7-5.
7-5. So you didn't go into a tie break.
No.
It
The
went to the
first
tie
one
break.
was
7-6.
tie break, 6-6. Then they had to play.
That means it's 7-6,
so
not
it finishes 7-6.
Yeah.
Because
Yes.
if it had finished 7-5, then it didn't go into a tie break. Okay. I think for me, Carlos Alcaraz will come back strong.
And he should be taking the number one spot now.
Yeah, but
he
said it before that.
I don't think he would take the number one spot.
He said it that he knew he was going to lose the number one.
No, I don't think he would take the number one spot.
Yannick Sinner would take the number one spot.
No, I don't think so, because for Yannick Sinner to have taken the number one spot, Carlos Alcaraz was supposed to end in the quarterfinals of the Monte Carlo Masters. So for Carlos to have gotten into the finals, it was 1,900 points separating these two. So for him to have gotten into the finals, I think he will still keep his number one spot, but the gap would be reduced. Any more slip off from him, he gets to lose that number one spot.
All right, 08109510951 for the SMS and the WhatsApp port is 0701-933-9962. We'll be switching things over to talk Nigerian football in a bit. At Benjamin Mina is already warming up, prepping to give you the best of sports analysis and sports stories in the ever exciting world of sports Nigerian football in general.
Gianni Infantino, FIFA president. For the best of sports, always listen to Today Sports Live on Today95.1 FM, Port Harcourt.
Hello, my name is Kanu Wanko, aka Papilo. For the latest and trending sports stories, always listen to Today Sports Live on Today 95.1 FM Port Harcourt.
Ladies and gentlemen, good evening and welcome to the second half of today's Sports Live, the Marathon Edition. This is Nigerian football side of things. I am Benjamin Mina Onwachuku and I'll be your host. I still retain the first team players from the first half of the show. Where else to start? If not from the home front. Now let's dive into the tick of the action as 3SC of Ibadan will be playing host to Kwara United at the Lekon Salami Stadium there in Ibadan, and Bara FC will be taking on Remo Stars. That game would be on the way at the Sani Abacha Stadium in Kano, while Niger Tornadoes will be hosting Rangers at the Bako Katangara Stadium in Mina. Eyimba versus Katsina United. Eyimba will be hosting that game at the Eyimba International Stadium in Aba. Bayelsa United play host to Wiki Tourists at the Samson Siasia Stadium in Yenagoa, while Ikorodu City will host Kanu Pillars in the Mobalaji Johnson Arena. Onikon in Lagos, our own Rivers United are 1-0. They are actually 1-0 up against Plateau United. That game is taking place at the Adokie Amesimaka Stadium, while on Monday we'll see El Kanemi Warriors trade tackles with Nasarawa United. The game between Kun Khalifat and Wari Wolf is on the way at the Dan Ayam International Stadium. Now let's start with Rangers International as 8-time Nigerian Football League champions. Rangers International have rejected charges of breaching the league framework leveled against them by league board following their last match against Bara FC in Enugu last week Sunday. Now, Rangers, who hosted Bara FC at the Cathedral in Enugu, were fined 4 million and ordered to play their last two home games behind closed doors for failing to provide adequate and effective security during the match. The club officials were also said to have exhibited actions capable of bringing the game into disrepute. Now, the clubs were further accused of failing to ensure proper conduct of their supporters, which allegedly led to the harassment of match officials. In response to the summary jurisdiction notice, the club general manager Amobi Eziaku rejected all the punishment, describing the charges as false, defamatory, baseless, and inaccurately represented. Now, let me quote him. He said, Rangers International FC categorically rejected all allegations contained therein as they are entirely false, misleading, and not supported by fact or evidence. Amobi said in a letter sent to the Chief Operating Officer of the MPFL. Now, the letter stated that the club had a robust security arrangement, including the deployment of over 150 trained stewards and more than 100 police personnel, which exceed standard match day requirements. He further stated at no point were match officials harassed, threatened, or held against their will. We post clear video evidence of the aftermath of the match, which shows a controlled environment and direct contradicts this claim, Amobi said. For the avoidance of doubts, the club is also in possession of additional material evidence and information which, if made public, may raise serious concern and potentially bring aspects of the league into disrepute. He then sought the cooperation of the league body to review and reduce the sanction imposed on the club while the allegations are handled by a duly constituted disciplinary panel in accordance with the relevant provision of the MPFL framework and rules to enable the club present its full defense. Now, Osas, I'll come to you now. Are the MPFL board too fast in making decisions in terms of dishing out punishments without proper investigations? Because Rangers FC manager have said that they are in possession of evidence, video evidences and other materials to show that this punishment or these claims by the MPFL board is false.
I think for me, it's one thing that the MPFL board started the season with that we all applauded them for, and that is being proactive when it has to do with crowd restiveness or negative vibes that go on in any of the MPFL centers. And it has helped a lot because it has brought some sort of sanity, because without that, it would have been a clear case of these teams dragging the name of the MPFL in the mud, bringing the game to disrepute, and making sure that the games from the MPFL don't end as it's supposed to. Now, remember, crowd restiveness is one of the parent factors for poor officiating, because referees,
it puts the referee under pressure.
Yeah, it puts the referee under pressure. Referees most of the time end up doing what is wrong because some of them are scared of what could happen to them at very hostile centers. And it's one thing we applauded the MPFL board for this time, is zero tolerance to crowd restiveness, violence in the football pitch and for football games. And we think, for me, for once, I thought, yeah, this is now a breath of fresh air. This is the right thing to be done in the Nigerian Premier Football League. But one thing is sure, if you try to fix up something and you end up not doing it well, no one will see your efforts. Rather, what they will see is the errors, the mistakes that you have made. So the MPFL board must be very, very weary of that. They must put that into perspective. They must put it into consideration at this point. Ensure that whatever you're doing, you do it right. Don't do anything wrongly, because if you do it wrongly, you would end up spoiling everything that you have done right from the beginning. And what do we mean by saying do it wrongly? Yes, it's right to be proactive. It's right to answer quickly. It's right to attack these occurrences quickly and firmly, but attack it with an open hand.
Yeah.
Attack it with a fair judgment. Make sure that you carry out due investigation before you met out punishment or you rule out penalties. That's one thing I'm saying right here. Make sure that that is done. Because when it's not done, why I'm saying this, we also debated the case of Bendel Insurance. That was against...
Bendel Insurance against...
but I know that it was
at home.
At home,
yeah.
And that one fetched the Bendel Insurance manager a 17-match ban.
Yeah, that's Kennedy Boboye.
Kennedy Boboye.
Yeah.
A 17-match ban.
Yeah.
Then also fetched him some monetary
couple of
sanctions.
Millions, yeah.
Yes. Then also Bendel Insurance also were fined, I think 5 million naira in the case. And it looked like these fines and punishments were done without actually having a full look, a very concrete look into the occurrence. Because what was the offense? The MPFL board said Kennedy Boboye inflicted bodily assault on the center referee. And it was quite clear that not even a hair from Kennedy Boboye touched the center referee. The video evidences were there.
Okay.
We debated it here on the show, one of the TSL shows. The evidences were there, the videos were there.
That was
you could only see
2 weeks back.
You could only see, that was 2 weeks back. You could only see an angry Kennedy Boboye talking and pointing at the center referee, which he was even withheld by one of his technical crew members.
Yeah.
And a huge slap of a fine came through, a huge slap of a punishment came through for him, 17-match ban. And everyone was saying, are you sure about this thing? And now we are seeing that of Rangers. I know it's erupted due to the fact that Rangers that was the game between Rangers and Barao FC last week.
Sunday.
Rangers were denied a goal which they felt should have been a goal, which when I looked at also, I had an inclination that it should have
been
also
a goal.
been a goal.
Yeah.
Because yes, the goalkeeper was impeded during the free kick, but it was by his own player, not the opposition player. So it shouldn't be an infringement against the opposition player. But it is what it is. They have now been fined. They have been sanctioned as a result of what happened in that particular center. But I think these things, a clear check should be done so as not to, because it's going to be easily interpreted as actions against a particular sect. Before you know it, it won't be the MPFL board is trying to improve the face of Nigerian club side football. It will be that the MPFL board is targeting a particular
club
set of clubs, which should and would not go down well with those who love the game of football right here in Nigeria. So I think the MPFL board should be very, very astute, should be very, very detailed with their investigations and make sure that whatever sanction penalty that is being meted out is well deserving. Would applaud them for lots and lots that they have done. Castina United at one point, we saw Kanu Pillars at one point.
Yeah.
Plateau United at one point.
Barra FC surrendered themselves by themselves by saying we don't want to play our home games with fans. We want it behind closed doors.
Was that Barra FC?
Yeah, that was Barra FC surrendering themselves.
Okay.
Yes.
I know Plateau United did same of recent due to the unrest within Jos.
That's Jos area.
Yeah, so but I think I still go back to the fact that proper investigations should be done, and I think the board should have a committee, a disciplinary committee. Yes, they should have. That committee should be better empowered so that they get to look at these things clearly before they make their decisions. Else, it would become one-sided and everyone will say it's being targeted at one person.
And it's Chelsea that have taken the lead. Mark Cucurella, he points to and the referee the assistant referee has just raised the flag for offside. The man pointed and was about making a call, but credit finished for Road.
Is that really an offside?
That's not an offside.
It's definitely going to be checked.
It's not an offside. It's definitely going to be checked. Mark Cucurella slots the ball.
Might have gotten the goal.
Yes.
For Chelsea up against Manchester City. Chelsea have been on the ascendancy for a while. Chelsea have been the ones asking the questions for a while. I did say that Chelsea coming out here would not be
that's
a walk
an
in
offside.
the park.
It wasn't checked by VAR. Well, that's a topic for another day. Chelsea took the lead, but that lead was cut off by the assistant referee who raised his flag for offside. And Manchester City, there with the ascendancy, Jeremy Doku, ball taken off back. Manchester City was still with the ball. Osas, okay, Ovie, now let me come to you. Rangers FC were, during the week, punished for crowd violence, intimidating the referee, indiscipline, with actions that possibly could bring the league to disrepute. And at this point in time, Rangers are coming out to say, we have evidence that these things are not true. They said a proper disciplinary panel, a duly constituted, properly constituted disciplinary committee should look into this case. Now, we had the case of Bendel Insurance, Kennedy Baboye, being slapped with a 17-match ban that he physically assaulted the referee. But the video evidences that is circulating does not show that the man even laid a finger or a hair on the referee. Does this show that the league management body are not taking time to find out or do a proper investigation, or a panel is not properly set up? Or when they hear these things, the match referee comes or somebody comes and say this is, they'll just dish out the fines. We want the money. Do you think that's the case?
Well, when it comes to the disciplinary committee, I think they should be duly carrying out their tasks when it comes to investigation. Even if Rangers say they have evidence, I think it's to bring out the evidence. This will be held going to all the way to the courts to show it, bringing out for the NFF board, let them discuss, let them talk and see how they can resolve this issue. But if this is actually true, then it's actually we now have to question the accountability of this disciplinary committee and all the investigations they've carried out, because how can you not have enough evidence and the club is actually showing the evidence that, see, you didn't do your investigations right. Okay, he was offside. He was really offside.
Inch offside.
Just an inch offside. But for Enugu Rangers, they've got the evidences to see if the disciplinary committee is in the wrong, if they are their accountability will be questioned, their work ethics will be questioned, how they do it will be questioned, and we'll have to start looking at if it's to start changing the people in the disciplinary committee, because it cannot just be handing teams or handing punishment out, fining 4 million, 5 million, 17 match ban if the investigations have not been done right. And if it's actually true, we have to give ups for Enugu Rangers for actually going to bring out the correct evidence, knowing that their prestige is on the line, their prestige is on the line. But we'll see how it turns out later on. The same difficulty the evidence is to bring out the evidence, and then from there, I think you can already guess how the rest of the arguments or the rest of the story could go.
Okay, now let me bring you up to speed. What's happening in the MPFL various centers there? Halftime it is Bara FC against Remo Stars goalless. It is Bayelsa United against Wiki Tories goalless. It is Eyimba International against Castina United at the Eyimba International Stadium 2-0. It is in that center, goals scored in the 23rd minute and in the 41st minute. 23rd minute goal scored by Dingpa, and in the 41st minute goal scored by Michael there. And Ikorodu City 1-0 winners over Kano Pillars. Halftime it is Kun Khalifat beating Warriors 1-0 at home at the Danayam International Stadium. Niger Tornadoes goalless it is against Rangers International. Rivers United at the Adoke Amesimaka Stadium 1-0 winners over Plateau United. And lastly, Shooting Stars against Kwara United goalless. It is at halftime. Now let's talk Super Eagles. As a former Nigerian international, Etimesien voiced his concern about the Super Eagles' ongoing struggle to find a genuine creative midfielder, arguing that former Atalanta starman Ademola Lookman does not fill the void left by past legend. Now, since his debut against Ghana in March 2022, Ademola Lookman has been a key player for Nigeria, recording 6 goals and 4 assists in 21 appearances for the national team. The forward has been deployed to the role of an attacking midfielder for the Super Eagles recently, but that has not been his position despite the changes. He had played the role to his best and recently helped Nigeria win bronze in the 2025 African Cup of Nations. Speaking on the Play Zone podcast, Etimesien stated that Nigeria is still searching for a classic number 10 in the same vein as himself, Henry Nwosu, and the legendary JJ Okocha. Now, the former Ewanyanwu national player acknowledged Lookman's impressive performance at club level, but pointed out that his form had not been translated into the kind of playmaking influence the national team requires. Quoting him, he said, "I think we are still looking for a creative, talented midfield player." Essien commented Lookman into that, but not really for Nigeria. For his club, he does that very well. But when it comes to Nigeria, I think we still need that creativity in the middle of the pack, he added. Essien elaborated on the role of a traditional playmaker, describing such a player as an architect and as a magician of the team, someone who dictates the tempo, creates opportunities, and can even intimidate his opponent. Now, still quoting him, he said, "He is the architect and the magician in the squad. He makes things happen," Essien explained. "Even if he does not score, he can lay an assist and make things happen in the game. If you have that in your squad, you will have the confidence." Drawing comparison to his era, he said, "A number 10 like me, Henry Nwosu, JJ Okocha, if we were on the ball, the opponent would be intimidated." He further stated that you have to intimidate the opponent and let them know you have this kind of player that can drag 2 or 3 players, creating spaces and lay a pass for someone. He concluded, "I think we still need that in the national team, which we don't currently have." Osas, do you think Etimesien is right? We need a central midfielder with lots of creativity and spark? Or do you think that Nigerians should just forget about those days where we have creative players all over, JJ Okocha, Henry Nwosu, Etimesien himself? We should just do with what we have.
I think football has gone past the ages where you have to you need someone at the center making or doing all the creativity. Football is now more technical than what it used to be then. These days, you don't even limit creativity to the player at the center. Even the goalkeepers these days offer creativity. A goalkeeper can
get an assist,
can hit those through balls right from the back. We've seen central defenders also bring in their own bit of creativity. Creativity comes in from the wings now these days in football. So it's not something that should be limited to the center. Because one thing with the way football has gone, you have... I don't think a JJ Okocha returning in this era would thrive so much, because these days players try to... They play so... to instructions. They play so structurally made that it might be very difficult for JJ Okocha to express himself at the center of the park, because it's not like those days where you used to have defensive midfielders that stroll away from positions too much. It's not like those days where players do not play heavily to instruction. These days, instructions are there. If you are supposed to be in the center of the park, you don't stroll out of it. You don't go switching lanes or switching positions anyhow. So it would be very difficult to have players like that come in again and thrive in the football that we have right now. So I think those days of Henry Nwosu, Etimesien, Samson Siasia, JJ Okocha, those days are gone. Those days are no longer achievable. I wouldn't want to say achievable. Those days are no longer the in thing. Yes, they are no longer the in thing. These days is play the football, bring your creativity from wherever it is. We've seen creative players even from the sides of the defense, Trent Alexander-Arnold isn't a number 10. He isn't a number 10.
Yeah, he's a right back, but he has
creativity in him. So it's not limited to the man at the center of the park. So I think the best for us, the time we start thinking out of that particular limitation of having a number 10, the best and better for the Super Eagles of Nigeria. Let's make do of what we have. Let's have the coach of the Super Eagles of Nigeria ring in changes that will suit the team according to the players that we have, and not start pointing fingers towards having a number 10 and no number 10, anybody that will sit from the center and start to create. No, creativity should be the job of everybody once they are on the ball and on the offensive. Yeah, whether you are a goalkeeper, whether you are a centre back, whether you are in the midfield or even an attacker. We've seen centre forwards like Harry Kane come back to even do creative duties from the centre. Yes, making opportunities or creating opportunities for other players as well. So let's not look at that. It's not a must that the Super Eagles of Nigeria must always have a JJ Okocha or a Henry Musu or even an Eti Messian. Let's let it be, and let's allow the team grow as they have been making giant strides already.
Okay, Ovi, I'll come to you now. Do you think that we've got better and technical footballers in the Super Eagles those days than what we have now? Because those days, you look at it, we are spoiled for options. You could take off a player and bring in another decent, skillful player. Is it the case these days that we've got better technical players, more skillful players in the Super Eagles those days than what we have now?
Skill and technicality, I think more now we have technical players, especially with the way the game has evolved. Yes, you could see then the likes of Kanu, Wako, JJ Kucha, Bafemi Martins, and the rest. Ido Onigalu are very skillful players. But now look at the Super Eagles. Who is the really skillful player? Maybe you look at Ademola Lookman. You look at
Moses Simon
Moses Simon is from there. Moses Simon is from there. Chidera Ejuki.
No, Moses Simon is this era.
Is this this era?
Yeah.
This era, Moses Simon, Chidera Ejuki, but Chidera Ejuki does not really start. I think we are more of technicality. When you look at the squad depth, when you look at bringing in skillful players, we only have mostly on the wings. Mostly on the wings, we don't have skillful players in the midfield like we had then. But I think you could say it could also be good. Skillfulness does not win you matches. Right now, we've seen that it's technicality that wins you matches. At this point, we've seen it in the Premier League, how technical you are. Yes, you need to have those 1 or 2 or 3 skillful players in the team to throw them off balance, to add something different to your squad, to have that unpredictability to the squad. And I think Chidera Ejuki does that. Samuel Chukwueze does that. What's his name? Olainotu does that sometimes as well too. So I think we've got those skillful players that when they need to be skillful, they will be skillful. But I think technicality for now wins matches. And from what we've seen from Eric Chell, it doesn't just dwell with that technicality. It also lets the players to be free and to do what they want to do on the pitch.
Okay, now what do you think about the talking points that we've had? Rangers FC, the league management board have slammed Rangers FC with bans, and Rangers FC said, see, we did not commit crowd violence. All those things you've written to us are false. We've got evidence to prove that these things you've written to us are false. Now, the question on the table is, do you think that the MPFL board are too hasty in additional decisions without making proper investigations? Now, Etimesian said that Ademola Lookman should not be playing the number 10 role. He's not that skillful player, that creative player that we need in that number 10 role. The question is, do you think that Etimesian is right? And secondly, do you think that we should forget about those days? We should do with what we have now. Do you also think that we've got more creative players, more technical players in the Super Eagles those days than what we have now? Send your thoughts and your comments to the WhatsApp and SMS portal on 0701 933 9962. I take that again, 0701 933 9962. I see the phone lines blinking, but we would open the phone lines. Okay, let's just take this call, 0810 9510 951. That's the number to call. Hello, good evening.
Wow, you are blessed, my brother. This is Mazi Ogadema on the line.
Mazi Ogadima, calling from where?
Rumeki.
Rumekini. Go on with your thought, Mazi Ogadima.
Okay, 8 messing 100% right. Correct. Look, let me tell you, if you don't have careful players, it's like oil you are using to eat yam. You know, when you put oil in your engine, the engine will be able to move well. If you don't have oil, the engine will knock. Are you getting me?
Yeah, sure, I can hear you.
We need a very creative midfielder. Someone like that 30 messenger, somebody that will drag this player to himself and create opportunity for other players to score. I played football. I know what I'm telling you. I hope you played too.
Of course, I'm a centre back by trade.
Okay. So you need skillful players. And mostly you need a skillful midfielder who is dictating the pace of the football. When the pressure is high on your people, the person will bring the pressure down. The person also dictates how the football is being played in the midfield. So we need creative midfielder, a skillful midfielder, not only being creative, a skillful midfielder who can dribble, who can lay passes. And in terms of, let me go to the NTFL matter.
Yes, go on, please.
I think every match they have a commissioner.
Yes, definitely.
In every stadium or every match, right?
100% right.
Okay. The commissioner will write report and send to the board. So if they are trying to tell us now that what the commissioner wrote is wrong, or the commissioner just wanted to indict them or what?
Well, they said they've got video evidences and other materials to portray that what the league management board, those sanctions are false. And looking at it, earlier on, the league management board slammed a 17-match ban to the coach of Bendel Insurance, Kennedy Boboye, that he physically abused the referee, the center referee. But evidences showed that the man did not even touch the center referee. He was only angry.
See, let me tell you, my brother. Okay, what happened behind the camera? What happened outside the stadium? Do you know what happened? When people are talking about video evidence, what of when something happened where somebody did not cover it? How will you have the video evidence? There is match commissioner. The person sends report of what happened in a match. So not every time we'll be saying video evidence. What of things that happen beyond the distance that you cannot be able to cover? Sometimes they even take away your camera or the answer you are using to cover the what is going on. So what are they telling us?
Okay, thank you.
That's all I have for now.
Thank you so much for your contribution there. Okay, phone line still open, 0810 9510 951. The WhatsApp and SMS portal is there for your taking, 0701 933 9962. I take that slowly, 0701 933 9962. Okay, Ovie, let's move on there. Now, let's talk the goalkeeping position problems for the Super Eagles. Now, the first choice of the Super Eagles of Nigeria, Stanley Nwabali, is not in the plans ahead of Eric Chell's upcoming friendly games in the month of May and July, respectively. Now, Stanley Nwabali has been without the club so far after terminating his deal with South African side Chippa United shortly after returning from the AFCON with the Super Eagles of Nigeria. He was subsequently left out of the team that prosecuted the recently concluded 4-team invitational tournament in Turkey. Chell handed a recall to the duo of Maduka Okoye and Adebayo Adeleye. Okoye started the first game against Iran and Nwabali's deputies Francis Uzoho keeping goal in the second game before getting subbed off in the second half, picking up a knock, which led to his substitution for Adeleye. Now ahead of the upcoming games at the Unity Cup in May, which will take place in London, with Nigeria up against Zimbabwe and the high-profile friendly against Poland and Portugal, respectively, Chell has started preparations. Now, Ovie, is this the end of Stanley Nwabali in the Super Eagles?
It could be the end. Especially with Maduka Okoye. We saw that performance against Milan yesterday. Clean sheet against Milan, and Ato Okonkwo for Wrexham. We have Francis who is doing very well in Cyprus. It looks like we are complete, but I think Eric Chell would still pick him. That's if he could get a club and actually perform very well. But for now, he's clubless. Nothing to show that he's actually improving or is actually doing well. So there's no way you're going to put a keeper that does not have a club, does not play regularly, in between the sticks. I won't say it's over. There's always still a chance, but just that it's going to be a very slim chance. Maduka Okoye is doing extremely well. We'll be looking at those two big friendlies as a very good chance to test the boys. You have Portugal to play, a very, very big match that you want to test the boys before you have the AFCON and the rest, and the goalkeeping or the goalkeeper that's going to be in between the sticks is going to be very, very important, because whoever takes that road could be the number one that we're going to have heading into the AFCON, and it looks to be Maduka Okoye. Ato Okonkwo is also there for good competition. We have Adebayo Adeleye as well too. We have Francis Uzoho. So it's a very, very tight space to enter, very, very slim chance, but I believe he can still enter only if he gets a club before then.
Okay, do you think that Maduka Okoye, that's the end of the man in the Super Eagles shirt without a club? He has been left out of the friendly game, the 4-team invitational tournament that was held in Turkey there, and he's still going to be left out in the upcoming window, the FIFA International Week. That's in May and June. What do you think? Do you think that's the end of the road for the man? Osas, now let me come to you. Stanley Nwabali, where did it all go wrong? And do you think the man could find his way into the Super Eagles, especially now that we've got options in the goalkeeping department? We've got Maduka Okoye, we've got Ato Okonkwo, we've got Francis Uzoho, we've got Adeleye. Do you think he could find his way into the Super Eagles shirts, getting a club and springing out those quality saves?
He could find his way, but I think for me the biggest of mistakes Stanley Nwabali made was terminating his contract without having a sport. Yes, without having a sport in any other club. You just terminated your contract, not as if the club requested that you terminate the contract. You, on your own, decided to terminate the contract, and that was where Stanley Nwabali made that mistake, because he should have understood that even right from the African Cup of Nations, his shirt, that's the shirt of the number one goalkeeper, was under threat, serious threats. Before the AFCON, remember that Maduka Okoye had to leave camp, according to reports, because he wasn't guaranteed that he was going to start.
Yeah.
And it should have filtered into his ears also that more goalkeepers are coming in. Also, Okonkwo's switch of allegiance was already on the table as at the African Cup of Nations. He also had Francis Uzoho, who had picked up form in Omonia Nicosia right there in Cyprus, and the best thing you could do in all of these cases was terminate your contract. Though I'm not in the man's shoes, I can't tell you what he has gone through or what he did go through that made him terminate his contract abruptly that way. But the truth is, it didn't do him any good at all. It did not do him any good at all. The fact that he's unattached is the reason why he is out of the Super Eagles squad for now. So the only way he can return back to the fold is, number one, if he gets a formidable club side, then smooths or swings himself into action. When I mean action, he becomes a decider in that team. What I mean is maybe carry the team. Look at what David Raya is doing for Arsenal right now. So Stanley Nwabali needs to get into a club and become the David Raya of that club before he can return back into the Super Eagles of Nigeria and be the commanding number one in between the sticks. Now, listen, as it stands right now on the pecking order, Maduka Okoye is ahead of him. Maduka Okoye is ahead of him.
Yeah, because he keeps playing week in, week out.
Yes, he keeps playing week in, week out, and he has fielded for the Super Eagles of Nigeria again as the number one goalkeeper. And the truth now is, if it continues, 1 month, 2 months, 3 months, Stanley Nwabali becomes a forgotten issue when it has to do with the Super Eagles of Nigeria and the goalpost. The best he could be remembered for is, that keeper that will keep 2 penalties all at once in one game. We one time had a penalty specialist in a goalkeeper. We had Stanley Nwabali that was very good with the penalty. That is just to be remembered. That's it. Just to be remembered. And with that, it's going to be a clear case of saying it's all over at this point for Stanley Nwabali. He needs to find a way, no matter how it is. The summer transfer window is getting back on track, and he needs to find a way from any way he could to get into a team where he will have playing time.
Okay, now what went wrong for Stanley Nwabali? That's the question. Do you think the man could actually come back into the Super Eagles fold and become that keeper that he was? The man was the hero in the Nations Cup 2025 in Morocco there. And now the man has lost his place because he terminated his contract from Chippa United and he's been without a club all this while. 0810-9510951. That's the number to call. The WhatsApp and SMS portal is 0701-933-9962. That's the number to text and send your WhatsApp messages to. Hello, good evening. Hello, good evening. Mazi Ogadima, go on with your contribution.
My advice to the son of that if you come back, or if you cannot get club outside, let him come back home and come from one of our clubs here.
He's currently home.
Career and confidence. We don't know what made him to terminate this. Maybe there was a threatening of taking life because of what happened with you and the South Africa. So we don't know. So we may be faithful. But my advice to him that he should come back home and revive this thing here. Look for any club here, start again. We will go back to what. That's all I have for now.
Okay, thank you there, Mazi Ogadima, calling into the show. Phone lines are open, still free, 0810-9510951. The WhatsApp and SMS portal is 0701-933-9962. What next for Stanley Nwabali? Do you think he should come home and look for any team in the MPFL to be playing, keep fit until a proper contract comes in and he could leave in order to keep match fitness and hopefully, or maybe, just maybe, secure his place in the Super Eagles? He was the hero in the 2025 African Cup of Nations. We thought we've seen the next Vincent Eyama, but we don't know what happened. The man is now without a club. 0810-9510951. It's halftime in the match against Chelsea and Manchester City. Chelsea with lots of attacking threats there, but couldn't carve out anything. At the end of the first half, it's goalless. City have had their own fair share of chances and opportunities, but at the end of the day, halftime it is at the Stamford Bridge, goalless against Manchester City. Who gets to step down for Ato Okonkwo at this point in time in the Super Eagles of here?
He just fits right into the position of the second goalkeeper, because I don't think he's going to be taking that spot from Maduka Okoye. And Maduka Okoye has been in the Nigeria setup for a very long time. He will just fit into the spot of the second choice goalkeeper. Francis will possibly be third, or he can even be third, and Francis Usoho will be second. So I don't see anyone stepping out. He can just come in and try and steal the main spot, because that is what they all need. The main spot to be the number one goalkeeper for the Super Eagles. It's going to be a hard task to do. Maduka Okoye is right on form, but no one steps down for him. He just comes and he tries to learn.
Okay, he's just trying to come inside and learn. Nobody gets to drop it for him. Osas, do you think that Ato Okonkwo could just walk into the Super Eagles number one shirt, or he has to earn it, fight for it? Even if we are seeing what you're doing at Wrexham, you should fight for the shirt, or he should just come in and give Maduka Okoye a run for his money and take the number one shirt outrightly.
You can't come in and take the number one shirt. It's not possible. He's not been tested and trusted. Yeah, even if you could see him week in, week out for Wrexham FC, he hasn't been tested and trusted. Maduka Okoye is also playing week in, week out for Udinese right here in the Italian Serie A. And the way it's done, as a player, you come in and you show your stuff. You show the reason, convince the technical crew as well as the coach of the side on why he should have you as the number one goalkeeper. He will have his time. That's one thing I'm sure.
Okay, Osas, I'll cut you. Sorry, let me take this call as the callers are itching to give their thoughts. Hello, good evening.
Good evening, Fatko.
Good evening. Your name and your location?
This one is Ogatama. I'm calling you from Yemen.
Ogatama, the Yenegua man. Go on with your thoughts.
Please, I don't know what is the Alcaraz and Yamisina. What is it play?
Well, Sina has just beaten Alcaraz double sets. 2 sets.
Oh man, this guy is hot. I'm a number one fan of Sina, so I am praying for him to win this game. So what is the scores of the Nigerian league, please?
You will definitely get that one after your call ends.
Thank you. You're doing a nice job.
You're welcome. Osas, go on with your contribution. Go on with your thoughts.
All right, so I was just simply saying that for Arthur Okonkwo, he has to come in and prove what he's made of. He has to come in and compete for that number one spot. I'm not of the opinion that anybody gets the number one spot by grace, but by merit. Yes, by merit. So come in, compete for it. If you're good enough, you become the number one goalkeeper for the Super Eagles of Nigeria. The only joy is that the Super Eagles have got a number of talents to pick from when it has to do with goalkeeping. They are now spoiled with ideas. They are now spoiled with talent to pick from when it has to do with goalkeeping. All goalkeepers that we have, excluding Stanley Nwabali, who is not having playing time, but if he gets into a club and gets playing time, he also has the quality to trump any of these goalkeepers. He has the quality to compete favorably. For Stanley Nwabali, when it comes to penalties, I don't think there is any of the goalkeepers that we have right now that can stand toe-to-toe with him. When it comes to confidence also, I don't think there is anyone that can stand toe-to-toe with him. It's just that he's not that athletic kind of goalkeeper, that goalkeeper that you expect to be very flamboyant with his hands and runs, but he's doing well. He's not also a very good ball playing goalkeeper, and that's where Maduka Okoye gets it better. Maybe Arthur Okonkwo would also come in with that, because these guys are born, bred, trained outside, and they've got better training facilities, and that would definitely rub off on their game. So we could now begin to see goalkeepers that have very good ball playing qualities, and that's exactly what the Super Eagles of Nigeria want. I said it before that for the Super Eagles, let the creativity be a duty of everybody. Yeah, from the goalkeeping department, you look up and you see Victor Osimhen making the run. Just give him that true pass from your own 18-yard box. Yes, it's very possible. You also in the defense, you can do it from there. So I think it's a welcome development. We have Otto Okonkwo, but he has to fight for his shirt.
Okay, Otto Okonkwo have to fight for his shirts. Now we are asking, do you think that Otto Okonkwo could just come in and walk into the starting lineup for Nigeria, taking that number 1 spot? Or do you think the man needs to show us what he's made of? He needs to fight to get that number 1 spot. And we asked earlier, what is next for Stanley Nwabali? The man is without a club, the hero of the 2025 African Cup of Nations. The man is without a club. Do you think he's currently not in the Super Eagles plans for the May, June FIFA international window? He didn't play a part. He wasn't even called up for the 4 Nations tournaments that took place in Turkey. What next for the man? Do you think the man should come home and look for any of the MPFL clubs to play until he gets a proper deal abroad so that he can keep his match fitness and then keep his place in the Super Eagles shirt? 0810-9510951. We also talked about Etimesian. He said Ademola Lookman is not the man to play the number 10 position in the Super Eagles. Yes, he does that for his club, but in the Super Eagles, he's not creative enough. He doesn't have that dribbling skills enough to drag 2-3 players and give those killer passes for the other players to score or possibly give an assist. Do you think Etimesian is right? And do you think we've got more technical Super Eagles players those days than what we have now? 0810-9510951. That's the number to call. For WhatsApp and SMS portal is 0701-933-9962. Now we have a message for the SMS portal. This one says, good evening, I'm Chika from Port Harcourt. Please, any news from boxing? Well, the guys in the first half of the show gave us a proper analysis on what happened on the bout between Tyson Fury and what's his name now? Makhmudov there. Henry, run us through what happened in that game so that this Chika from Port Harcourt could.
Fury won. Unanimous decision.
I said it was going to be that.
12 rounds, and yeah, it was a dominant display from the man, actually. Makhmudov, he did okay, he tried, but I mean, Fury was just too good and too better, and Fury ended up calling out Anthony Joshua after the bout.
As usual.
Joshua was ringside there.
Not Toku man.
Joshua was also like, I wanted this bout for 10 years, and you are running away. Now you want the bout. It will have to be on my own terms if it's going to happen. So I don't know if you'll see the Battle of Britain ever happen, but we just have to wait and see.
Okay, there's a caller on the line. Hello, good evening.
Yeah, I call that Kabulobari.
Good evening, Kabulobari. The man, Kabulobari, we need to take you to Anfield one day so that you sit down and speak with Slot.
Yeah, as the matter for the Nigeria issue, Sabi create for ball and press really Sabi create ball. And like that man making no say their own era, not the same era with this time around. Yes, because I remember when the club in day for Liverpool, we don't get any creative player, but we want to trophy we want. We have been saying we even talk about how we want to make our football. People who they run our football get ahead. Then this one when they come they bring say person way creative. Creative not have any person. If you create them, they no quick come. So how the ball go take and tackle. These are our ex players and they want us to Man U people, Man U ex players. Where they just be done when they don't find something to stop them, we just get up, can't stop something, make people hear their name say then they stop. So make that man, make him go meet NFL, let them do make our football get ahead so that we will get players we will play the time football we want. Because in that one we get a plenty for Nigeria. Make him go make them arrange our football. Then for our MPFS tonight, I hope Rivers United use their 1-1 goal. Make them score. Then when they don't try, when they go away, make we need the judge. No, they go they lose guard because me I know say the match I really lose guard so much. And another thing when I go back, these our people where they arrange our football for this our River State, make them sack all the whole crew member for Rivers United. Thank you. I'm bringing another one. Thank you.
Okay, thank you there, Kablu Barry, for your thoughts. Phone line is open 0810-951-0951. I hope I took that very slow. The WhatsApp and SMS portal 0701-933-9962. Well, let me give you the happenings in the MPFL. 66 minutes on the clock at the Sani Abacha Stadium there. Bara FC losing to Remo Stars 1-0. And the Bayelsa United still playing out a goalless draw against Wiki Tourist. At the Eyimba International Stadium is 2-0 against Castina United. 62 minutes on the clock. Ikorodu City 1-0 winner. 70 minutes on the clock against Kano Pillars. Seme Suigida. Kun Khalifat at home at the Dan Ayam Stadium 1-0 beating Warri Wolves there. 62 minutes on the clock. Niger Tornadoes against Rangers International. 62 minutes on the clock. Goalless it is. Rivers United at home at the Adoke Amesimaka International Adoke Amesimaka Stadium rather, not international. 1-0 beating Plateau United. And Shooting Stars against Quora United still playing out a goalless draw. 63 minutes on the clock. Meanwhile, let me tell you what's happening in Europe. Top 5 leagues. Chelsea at halftime it is at Stamford Bridge goalless against Manchester City. In French League 1, Nice losing at home to Le Havre. 55 minutes on the clock. Toulouse had just been red carded against Lille, losing at home to Lille. 2-0 it is. In the German Bundesliga, it's Stuttgart 2-0 halftime there against Hamburger SV. And in the Italian Serie A, Bologna have taken the lead 1-0, 28 minutes on the clock against Lecce. Okay, Henry, briefly tell us what's happening at Stamford Bridge, how you saw the first half of that game.
I watched the bit. Didn't really watch much of the first half, but watched the bit, and the bits I did see was what I expected actually. Basically, City on the front foot, trying to create, dictate, but mostly have chances. That's what City have actually been feeding off, and nothing really quote unquote clear cut. Chelsea trying to hit on the break and trying to hit on the counter attack. Had some nice and decent incursions into the City area, but nothing yet show for it. It's still goalless, and I just think let's wait and see what the second half has to offer. But I think it was an evenly balanced first half when you look at the whole state of play and how we expected this game to actually turn out at the end of the day.
Okay, that is that for the game between Chelsea and Manchester City at Stamford Bridge. Halftime, it is players out of the tunnel for the second half. Meanwhile, we have a commercial to go. When we are back, we'll take more calls and then we talk more on the show.
Don't let anything stop you from being active. But when a severe headache strikes, I always trust Sudrex Extra. Effective relief for severe headaches, muscle pain, and fever. Sudrex acts fast for pain relief and a non-drowsy effect. safe and trusted for more than 20 years. Overcome pain and win your day. If symptoms persist after 3 days, consult your doctor.
Stay informed, stay ahead. Tune in to Today 95.1 FM for the latest news and exciting sports updates. Your trusted source for everything you need to know. Today 95.1 FM, the voice of the people.
95.1 FM, voice of the people.
And we're back.
Okay, thank you for staying with us there. It's still today's Sports Live, the Mountain Edition. This is Football Nigeriana, the Nigerian side of things here. And I am Benjamin Minawachiku holding it down. And still got the first team players here. Ovie Wallace there on still mounting the goalpost, while Osas, the demigod in the world of sports, is mounting the attack line there. Henry Ogugwo is the midfielder of the day. Ladies and gentlemen, we are back on the show. Phone line is still open, 0810-951-0951. The WhatsApp and SMS portal is there for your taking, 0701-933-9962. Chelsea fans, do you think you can get something out of it? You scored a goal and it was chopped off by the center referee for offside. Mark Cucurella getting that one there. The celebrations were cut off. Do you think you can actually get this? You can get something out of this? Or Man City would see the light of the day, or maybe it's just going to end in a draw. 08109510951. We talked about Ato Okonkwo coming into the Super Eagles. Do you think he would just come in and take the starting shirt for the Super Eagles? And Etimesien, the Nigerian legend, said, we don't have skillful players. Ademola Lookman is not skillful enough to play the number 10 role. We need to look for more creative players that will take us 3 players, 4 players that will be intimidating the opponent, create chances for the other players to score. Do you think that is the case? And do you think we've got more technical players, more dribblers, better players those days in the Super Eagles than what we've got now in the Super Eagles? We also talked about Stanley Nwabali. What next for the man? Do you think the man should come back to the MPFL and possibly keep match fitness by playing for one of the clubs, and when a bigger offer comes, he could move just to keep his place in the Super Eagles? The man has not played for the Super Eagles since terminating his contract after the Nations Cup, the 2025 Nations Cup. He has been without a club. He didn't even play in the 4 Nations tournament that took place in Turkey. And he's not going to be in the March/June FIFA international window. Do you think he should come back and play for the Flying Eagles? And play for possibly Rivers United. And just maybe he could get a club. And what do you think? Rivers United winning 1-0 at home to keep their title chase alive. Someone said they are not like Arsenal that cannot win to save their life. Rivers United 1-0 winners currently at the Adokie Amesimaka Stadium there. Bara FC have pulled one back. 73 minutes on the clock. 1-1 it is between Bara FC and Remu Stars. Bayelsa United, 46 minutes on the clock, playing out a goalless draw against Wiki Torres. That game couldn't start. That game started behind schedule because of the rain there. And Eyimba, 70 minutes on the clock, 2-0 winners against Katsina United. Ikorodu City, 2-0 winners against Kanu Pillars. Kun Khalifa, 70 minutes on the clock, 1-0 winners against Warri Wolves. Niger Tornadoes goalless it is against Rangers International. One of those title contenders. Rivers United, like I said earlier, 71 minutes on the clock, 1-0 against Plateau United. Shooting Stars of Ibadan goalless against Kwara United. What do you think about your team, Rivers United? Manchester City against Chelsea, goalless it is. 49 minutes on the clock. Nice in the league Leeds against Le Havre. Nice have just put one back. 1-1 it is. Toulouse losing at home. They didn't try not to lose at home. They are losing to Lille 3-0. with a red card there. And in the German Bundesliga, Stuttgart 2-0 winners at home against Hamburger SV, 49 minutes on the clock. And for the Italian Serie A, it's Bologna 1, Lecce 0, 36 minutes on the clock. In the Spanish La Liga, Celta Vigo, the match between Celta Vigo and Real Oviedo has just started 6 minutes on the clock as Real Oviedo has taken the lead 1-0 away from home to Celta Vigo. Phone lines are open. Phone line is open because we are using just one of the line 0810-9510-951. WhatsApp and SMS portal is 0701-933-9962. We have a message on the SMS portal. This one says, please, what about the invitational tournament? Who won at last? Thanks, Isin. Osas.
Of Nigeria won that particular one. Manchester City have taken the lead over Chelsea. And we are asking, what is Nico O'Reilly's problem in the English Premier League?
That is the man that has replaced the Chelsea guy, Cole Palmer. Yeah. Osas, tell us about that goal. Your eyes were on it.
I didn't really have my eyes much on it, but I know that the cross came in from the right-hand side, and it met Nico O'Reilly's head and went straight into the back of the net. That's exactly how it is, as Manchester City have now taken the lead over Chelsea right there at Stamford Bridge. And you say this is exactly, I think that was Santos's error, or was that Estaval's error? Estaval was supposed to contest with O'Reilly there, but couldn't do that, and that's Manchester City taking the lead at this point. Yeah, this I have noted. This is exactly what a champion should look like. Right from the first half, it has been Manchester City pressing on, and I'm so sorry to say it. It looks like the English Premier League title, the race has tilted to one end as it stands right now. Manchester City is still on the ascendancy, looking for a cushion. And you don't let Manchester City get to this point, because everyone that comes their way, look at Pep seated there. You would know that this man has told his boys, see, if you lose, don't even come inside the dressing room, because I will not just show you Bob, I will shock you with it. Yes, that's exactly what he has told them. And they are playing like wounded lions. That's exactly what it's supposed to be. I think maybe the next game against Arsenal would be the determinant. If that one ends in a victory for City, then it's quite clear at this point. But for the Super Eagles of Nigeria, yeah, they were able to clinch that Four Nation Invitational Tournament. They ended up as winners from there. First game beating Iran, and in the second game, courtesy of that 2-0 draw with Jordan, they won the trophy. Let's leave it at that. They won the trophy. At least they won something.
Okay, Osa said at least they won something. Let's leave it at that. So, the man that is texting, Asian, you did not put where you're texting from, but that answers your question. The Super Eagles actually won that Four Nations Invitational Tournament in Turkey. Ladies and gentlemen, like Osa said, 1-0 it is there at Stamford Bridge. Not Chelsea scoring the goal, but the away team, Manchester City, have just scored to cushion themselves in the title race against Arsenal. Osas, if Arsenal don't win this Premier League, if you were to be the hierarchy of Arsenal, will you give the man more time or just let him go?
I will call him. I won't talk to him on that final day. I will let him go home. Then I will call him and tell him that I don't want to see his leg anywhere around the Emirates. No, that's on a lighter note, but Benjamin, if Arteta does not win this English Premier League, I think my tone has changed. He should know that I'm very serious. You should know that I'm very serious from here. He should go before he gets sacked. He should just go. If he doesn't win it, he should go. Because you can't keep trying and try. They say when you try something continuously with the same principle and tactics and it doesn't work, that's a clear instance of foolishness, isn't it?
Yeah.
So please, before we call ourselves foolish people, that's when I say ourselves, I mean the Arsenal hierarchy and Mikel Arteta. He should just go.
Better go.
Better go.
Before things spoil. Ovie, let's assume Arsenal wins the Premier League. And Arteta says he wants to go. Will you keep him? Or will you tell him, oh God, you've tried. Bye. Or come on, you must stay. You've spent our money for 4 years. You finally won the league. You say you want to go. Come on, remain here. Do you think you keep him or you will let him go?
If he wants to go, I'll try my best to keep him. But sometimes you can't always keep the coaches if they want to go. You have to try your best. If he does stay, it's going to fine. You want the title, but it's not going to be easy. If they win the title, they are going to crawl. They're going to crawl to get the title at this point, and it's going to be a tough one. But if he does win the title, yes, that is good. We can start building. I think it's to sit down and start planning for next season. Okay, what happened? How did we fail to capitulate on our advantage? How do we fail to capitulate on our advantage? What happened during the end of the season and consolidate on our chances at the end of the season? So it's going to be it's going to be a tough one. Ryan check.
Why do people don't like Ryan check?
Because when he scores, he starts to act like a kid.
That's his own celebration now.
No, you don't do that. It's very disrespectful. And that's you see. I know
You
what
see,
he
he's
wants
not
to do.
dribbling people. Though.
What he wants to do.
Also,
is,
did you see that goal? Just while we were talking about Ryan Checky, did you see how he packed every of Arsenal players, and then he gave the pass to no other person than Mark Guehi, the son of the apostle, has just scored a goal for Manchester City. Also, are we seeing this as a bashing? Is it going to look like this is going to be a bashing, or maybe Chelsea will have to pull up something and then maybe reduce the deficit?
I don't think this is going to be a bashing because they've been in control right from the beginning of this encounter. Okay, let's say after the first 15 minutes, because it's been Chelsea.
Pizzy, please come. Pizzy, please come. Also, sorry to cut you. Pizzy, please come. Is this? Are you? Meanwhile, Pizzy is a Chelsea fan, right?
I'm licking my lips.
And he's licking his lips. Do you think that he's not being patriotic, or he doesn't want Arsenal to even win the league?
Like very dark man. I want to be a patriotic guy today. See, Chelsea needs to lose this game. Yes,
that's a Chelsea fan talking.
I'm a Chelsea fan, but let us lose this one for the road. You cannot lose your game and expect us to win for you. It's never done anywhere.
Do your job, make I do my
never done
job.
anywhere. Win your match, I win my match. If you don't win your match, we'll not win our own match. Very sweet game.
Pizzy, now, sorry, one more question before Pizzy gets to run out of the studio. Pizzy, if you are Arteta, okay, if you are the hierarchy of Arsenal, Arteta does not win this league, do you still look at it and say, okay, he's a young manager with a young squad, let's give him at least one more year? Will you give him that one more year, or you tell him, Oga, don't come to the state? In fact, from there they go.
They need an adult as the manager of Arsenal. They have a complete team. From the first 11 to the second 11, I think they need an adult in the dressing room. Maybe an Enrique, since he's not too settled with PSG. You need that kind of a manager of that caliber that have won Champions League, that have won league title back to back, to understand what it takes to win a league when it's this critical. I think this man can do the job. He's quite young. If he's in a team like City, where the heritage is there, it's easy for you to win trophies. You have been winning trophies. I think it would be easier for him to win the league. But right now, I think it will be very, very, very difficult for him to start that history. It's about starting history here now, winning the Premier League, winning the Champions League and all. I think it will be very difficult ask for a young manager like him. Yes.
I just want to remind Pizzy here that There's every possibility that Chelsea will not go to the UEFA Champions League.
None of your problem. We'll qualify for Europa League. The one that won this season, did we win it?
Osas, they
Did we
didn't
win it?
paracetamol for another person headache.
The one
No,
who
I
contest
just-
this, if we
I
participate
just
this season, did we
wanted
win
to
it?
remind him.
We no care. Lose this one. If it means for Tottenham shares to go down, they should play championship and win championship. I think anybody that's basically not serious this season should suffer. If Chelsea is not serious, we should not qualify for the Champions League. If Arsenal is not serious, Arsenal should not win the Premier League title. If City is the serious team, let them win everything. I think football should be fair this season. It's because you cannot expect a team that's not creating very well to win the league title, that they don't have a star man in the team that at least will give them 20-30 goals to win the Premier League title. Come on, this is no biscuit league.
Okay, Osas, this is no biscuit league. The words of PZ there, a Chelsea fan, licking his lips as Chelsea are suffering at home. 2-0 it is. That man on our screen, Ryan Checky, just as we were talking about him, how tricky the man is, the man became so tricky and he gave that assist. A no-look pass to the finisher of the goal. And ladies and gentlemen, 2-0 it is at Stamford Bridge. Not Chelsea leading this time. It's Manchester City leading. Goals from O'Reilly. The man has just scored. Haaland about to pounce on the cross to make it 3-0. 2-0 it is. So Osas, we were talking, this game, is it looking like a bashing? Or maybe, and do you think that Chelsea need just like PZ said, do you need Chelsea need an adult as a coach? Because you look at Chelsea's history, the older managers have succeeded. Sorry, Arsenal. Do you think they need a younger manager, an elderly manager that could stamp his authority into the team? Or do you think Mikel Arteta is just too soft on the players? He's not pushing the players enough.
I don't think it's a case of having an elderly manager. No, it's not a case of having an elderly manager. It's a case of having a manager that has got grit. That's it. A manager that has got quality within him, that has got the mind to ring in changes. Yes, that's what Arsenal needs at this point. From the beginning of the show, I was here in the first part of the show. We talked about Arsenal and what happened yesterday, and it was quite clear that Mikel Arteta has a huge chunk of the blame if Arsenal fails to win this season's English Premier League, because he has not really he has not tinkered this team like a manager that has got a strong and a big heart. He has been so scared to explore. He has been so scared to make changes, and that is what has destroyed his chances, if I would want to use that at this point. He's too rigid, he's too confined, he's too pragmatic, and I think it's not right. You need to be somebody. Now, Paris Saint-Germain got to a point last season where they were chasing for the UEFA Champions League. You needed to see the changes that Luis Enrique ringed into that team. Yes, you needed to see the changes that he ringed into that team. You see a man like Hansi Flick coming into Barcelona, and he looks at the team made of young lads that cannot chase for titles based on the qualities in there. You know the reason why the quality players were not in that team, because Barcelona was financially incapacitated. What did he do? He brought in the high line. He said, these guys have vigor. Let's look at the attack. He was fearless. That's what Arsenal needs. A fearless manager. Hansi Flick was fearless in Barcelona. He said, yeah, I will sacrifice defense for offense, because I know you guys can pile the pressure. And what has he done? 2 seasons running now, they have kept Real Madrid at bay. If they win the La Liga this season, it is 2 seasons keeping a Galactico, a team with array of stars, without winning anything. The domestic trophy. That's what it takes to be a manager that is without fear. That's what it takes to be a manager that is without fear. So that is what Mikel Arteta has not done for us now. He's too fearful. He's too afraid to explore. You just want to play conservatively and see if you can be grinding out results today, tomorrow, and just sit at the top of the table. But let me burst your bubble. You might not be at the top of the table in about 2 weeks' time. Because the City I see would be very ready for Arsenal at Etihad, at the Etihad Stadium. And if that happens, Arsenal loses that game. If it happens that Arsenal loses that game, then I think it's all over. Because the Arsenal side I saw yesterday would definitely drop points even before the end of the season, after the game against Manchester City. So, it's quite clear. Mikel Arteta has a chunk of the blame. He has a chunk of the blame. And one thing that will just settle it all is if he fails to win the league, fails to win the UEFA Champions League, he should honorably make his way out of Arsenal. He has done, I'm not taking anything away from him. He has done really well. Holding on to that team, holding that team together. I remember when Unai Emery left Arsenal, it looked like this side was just a pack of cards that has fallen into different directions. But he held that team, built something. But sometimes it's not the duty of he who builds to actually reign. Because sometimes kingmakers are not kings.
True.
So he is a kingmaker and should remain as a kingmaker. Maybe it's not his destiny to return the English Premier League to the Emirates Stadium or to Arsenal. So he will just have to take a leave and let's see what another manager could ring in.
Okay, phone line still open, 0810951091. What do you think? Arsenal, Arteta, Chelsea, Manchester City, who gets to win the league? For Arsenal, do you think they need a big figure manager into that team? The likes of Luis Enrique, a manager that have gotten, experience, title-winning experience. Do you think that's what Arsenal wants? That's what Arsenal needs to actually get this title to Emirates, to the Emirates Stadium. 0810951091. WhatsApp and SMS portal 0701-933-9962. And before we run out of the studio, let me give you what's happening, the result of what's happening in the MPFL. Once more, Barra FC have just taken the lead, 90 plus minutes. It is at home, 2-1 against Remo Stars at the Sani Abacha Stadium. Bielsa United, 65 minutes on the clock, goalless it is against Wiki Tourist. Eyimba International of Aba have scored to make it 3-0, 89 minutes on the clock at the Eyimba International Stadium. Ikorodu City at the Mobolaji Johnson Arena Stadium in Oniko, 3-0. It has ended against Kano Pillars. Kun Khalifa 2-0 winners against Warri Wolves, 89 minutes on the clock. It is Niger Tornadoes, goalless, 89 minutes on the clock against Rangers International. Rivers United, since the first half, they scored 1 goal. 90 minutes it is on the clock, 1-0. Shooting Stars at home, drawing to Kwara United, goalless it is. Osas, I was about saying Rangers would have a good result if they draw, but they've just conceded. And Rivers United will be happy that Rangers have just conceded. Niger Tornadoes have just scored in the 90th minute, 1 goal against this. And while we were yet talking about the MPFL,
the Bible says while men slept, the enemy
so tired.
came in and so tired.
Manchester City have just so tired.
They've made it 3 goals to nil. It's now looking like a one-sided encounter. It's actually a one-sided encounter at this point at the Stamford Bridge. What a game. What?
Jeremy Doku don't give him wife belly.
I think she has given birth.
Okay.
Yeah, she has given birth. I know he announced that it's a boy. I saw the video where he announced
If he's smiling,
boy,
no be you born picking.
So that's it. So the thing here is it's quite clear. What else did you expect? I just I pity any team that comes up against.
That was a rubbed off. That was a very good press from Manchester City. Robbed Mosquesedo the ball, and that was a goal from Jeremy Doku. That's a high press. See, City are pressing as though they need the game more.
Yeah.
and as though they are home. So it is what it is, ladies and gentlemen. Have you seen this? Someone is drinking
Arsenal.
Arsenal.
From the bottle.
A City fan is drinking Arsenal from the bottle. What does that tell you? What a time to be alive. From how many points down? Ladies and gentlemen, City are closing the gap. If Arsenal gets to lose this league, I don't know. What do we expect from them? Can we get a last caller on the show? 0810-9510-951. WhatsApp and SMS portal 0701-933-9962. Queen, are you an Arsenal fan? Are you an Arsenal fan?
I reject it for Queen. Queen is not an Arsenal fan.
I asked a question. I was asked is rejecting something from somebody.
Man City. I could actually pitch my tent with Man City tonight.
So give her the mic, please.
So, I could pitch my tent with Man City tonight because they are winning.
Oh.
The only thing is the Chelsea jersey is attractive. Yeah, it's blue. So, I mean, but if any of you gets me a jersey, I mean, I'll just join that club. Any jersey you get me, I'll join the club. Though, very good jersey, please.
Something is telling me Liverpool. Okay, ladies and gentlemen, that's the size of the package. Today, thank you for staying with us from the 1 o'clock hour until now. Stay with us. Still here. The news at the top of the hour will be the next on the line. Queen is here with us. She's going to take that. So stay tuned on this dial, Today 95.1 FM. Benjamin Mina signing out.